give you any powers. They caved my head in with a pipe and beat me for several hours. But as I lay there half conscious, with my nuts exposed to air, I looked up to the blackened sky and said an ancient prayer. Lord, if you're there, please infuse my nuts with the power of 1,000 suns.
Holy shit, you're real?
Let there be thunder and lightning, a cold shot from the tree of life. Thunder and lightning, high voltage nerves lighting up the night. Mighty balls gifted from Odin's house. Thunder and lightning,
Suck 'em!
have played it safe your whole life. So let's get naughty and break a couple rules tonight. Sneak in a movie no one will ever know. Then run on private property and hold each other close. Beneath the moonlight, I've got a fun idea. Lean and kiss a cheek and gently whisper in your ear. Let's steal a car tonight. Commit a felony with me and drive until the sunrise. Let's steal a motherfucking car tonight. Be young and alive. See, let's commit some crimes.
Hey, I like you.
I got your flowers, let's get some coffee. Look deep in my eyes and tell me about your family. We can hold hands, then you can watch me shoot cocaine into my eyes and rock a family. Let's steal some art tonight. What's a few Picassos when you're on a sexy date heist? Let's steal some precious fucking art tonight. We're young and alive. And cross some state lines.
Or, you know, we could go a little more traditional. Go for a walk, watch a movie. Actually, there's a really nice flower exhibit at the Botanical Gardens. Ninja Brian was just telling me about that last week. He loved it. Wait, you know what? Fuck it!
Let's kill some guy tonight. We're holding hands and laughing while we shank 'em in the starlight. Let's take a motherfucking life tonight. We're young and alive, which I can see for that guy. Yeah, let's kill 5 guys tonight. Then share a cherry while we blast a savage.
Are we live? Yes, so we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to an exciting Saturday stream, where today we are finally hopping right on back into Manor Lords, now that we have repelled multiple attempts to raid our sleepy little village, and that I have mastered the most difficult, complex, and important process of the game, learning how to purchase 1 cow. I think everything is going to be going uphill from here. But before we get into all of that, I have a simple question for all of y'all. How have your weeks been? How are your weekends shaping up to be? And most importantly, how are you all doing? So actually, before we got in, I wanted to, let's see here. Oh yeah, I wanted to show off something, just something I've been looking at. So I'm sure many of y'all have been hearing shit about the Helldivers stuff. For those who aren't caught up, essentially PlayStation looks like it's fucking over a lot of the games that had crossplay involving it. Helldivers 2 being one of the more recent explosive ones. Essentially what has happened is they are now requiring, in order for you to be able to play this game, even if you bought it on Steam and only played it on Steam, they're requiring you to have a PlayStation account and to link it to your Steam account. And this has caused a lot of backlash, like a bit of a crazy amount of backlash, honestly. Let's see here. I'm only on the, let's see here. So I'd have to sign in to see the review chart. One of the big things people have been noting is a sudden massive turn in the reviews on this game. But I wanted to take a look into the actual like user numbers and see between, there are 2 points in the game's history I was definitely most interested in taking a look at. It's not just the publisher, a community manager also did the stuff in their Discord. Oh no. Oh no, a community manager did stuff and they're do you happen to know what that is, Little Pink? Or is there, would you be able to send me a link to like just something that shows the messages that happened there? I already play on PlayStation so it doesn't affect me, but damn you, Sony, we need as many troops for the battle for managed democracy. Yeah. So there's a couple of things I want to look at. So We're just going to look right now. This is the full chart. If we go to 6 months, oh, look at that. Game didn't exist. Cool. So here we've got the release. And there's another point that is intentionally marked here, which is account linking. Now, to really see the change kind of that's gone on in only a week, we're going to have to zoom in. But before we zoom in, I want to look at this chart because there are actually 3 major dates of reference I think we want to be looking at. The first is release date. The second is the announcement of the account linking update. And the third is actually unintentionally marked on this chart. There is a third point I think is very, very important for us to use as a reference point, and that I think does already reflect an inherent change in peak players that is quite visible on the chart. Now, this, for a gaming chart, is actually a very fascinating one because Helldivers 2, along with Pal World, is showing a new pattern that is emerging in gaming marketing, gaming sales, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Essentially, most games see their peak of sales within probably up to this. So if we're doing our start date on the 8th all the way to the 15th, so, that is almost 10 days. That is the solid first week of release, plus some extra time to add the weekends onto both sides of that. This is normally where you're going to see peak sales of your games. Your AAA titles, your hyped up games people know are coming out, will almost always start with their peak here. And over time, peak players will always drift down, down, down until you get to essentially either abandonment or just like the minimum core players that will come back forever no matter what. This shows what is becoming essentially, I'd almost describe as the indie or the double A pattern that has started to emerge and might start being seen as the new sort of healthy chart, which is a very low release that spikes up in the first 2-3 weeks via word of mouth and positive reaction to the game, driving sales, driving engagement, driving people to come and check it out. You can see that we go first week, basically peaks here at about 200,000, then suddenly doubles in the course of another week or two. And this is now our fucking absolute peak point over here at 450,000 concurrent players on Steam. This is obviously not going to take into account the PlayStation numbers, but this is kind of reflecting of a new pattern emerging that is going to be interesting because this pattern inherently stomps on what was one of the older big ideas in aggressive monetization. So aggressive monetization is something probably all of y'all are familiar with. There have been tons of videos online about them. It's basically the idea that over time, games are putting in more and more monetization ideas, and the more of those that get put into the game, essentially the worse the game is, the more shit doesn't make it in. Hey, Lotus! Thank you for the 3 years, 6 months, 12 days. Fuck you, Lotus. How you doing? I went on VR chat and I saw a tardigrade? Wait, like a model? Cloudsy, was it a good model or a bad model? Would talk about it, but I'm getting groceries. We'll be back in a few. Okay. There's a longer peak that is shallower. Day one or bust. Yeah, essentially. One of the older ones. So ones people are very familiar now are the gacha game style, like gamble boxes. Basically that has been one that's been very popular. Everybody knows the microtransactions. Another one that is a little older than both of those in recent times, but is still within solid modern idea, is the day one DLC concept, the idea of ripping content out and reselling it to players. But older than all of those, that had its own sort of peak in timing before all of these live service ideas were coming out, is of course the early access idea or the pre-order. There's sort of one of the oldest concepts of trying to extract quote unquote more money out of players is the idea of pre-ordering a game or buying early access to it. Now, this is something that's obviously a little different than the other microtransaction gamble boxes or a day one DLC or anything like that is it's not literally extracting more cash dollars out of your players, but the pre-order was still a way to get the money sooner. And this is just an idea in economics. Essentially, money now is worth more than money later. And for a production company, a development company, something that's making a product that is not yet released, money now is aggressively worth more than money later. The money, if you can get money in now, A, you can prove to investors you have a cash flow potential. B, it helps you cover any shortfalls that are happening between investments, your starting capital, and the amount of time you have left until release. It's sort of the oldest methodology of trying to extract more value, even though it wasn't literally more cash. So the pre-order, then the subscription, yeah, then day one DLC, then in-game microtransactions, then just so many things, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I've heard people talking about adding advertising into games, but essentially, though, what I'm trying to talk about with the idea of the pre-order is that very much fed into this idea of the peak being day one, or even because they would be essentially adding the numbers for pre-orders in as well. So it was all the idea of trying to day one or bust, essentially. But looking here, this new pattern inherently is non-compatible with the idea either of the day one DLC or the pre-order push. If the goal now, at least for indies and double A's, is to make a game that creates enough traffic, enough word of mouth, enough push to spike you up to where you would never have reached on a day one launch for a game that doesn't have the same level of marketing as a AAA game, it now means there is a direct counter incentive essentially to that pre-order concept, that day one concept. That is, I think, at least when it comes to that level of over monetization, is pretty cool. It's pretty interesting to see now that there is almost this shift to something that's a lot more user driven than marketing driven, essentially. With pre-orders, you get the money sooner and can commit players to buy the game before it releases, and it's to lessen the impact of negative reviews. Yeah, it also helps you fucking save face from negative reviews. But I think that's definitely been something overplayed, which is feeding into this new pattern. Now, as we continue down the chart, we can see over time, almost any game is eventually going to drain out of its users. I don't think there's a game that exists that doesn't eventually have a line downwards. So that's semi-expected. For the fact we're only looking at 3 months going from peak to even, let's go even before the announcement, to Valley, of cutting by 3/4, still seems really aggressive for a loss rate. But I think for like the budget that went into the game, the production, I think these numbers are still pretty solid for them. It's just something where it's very interesting to see the effect of the word of mouth campaign spiking them to probably 4 times what they would have expected. Because yeah, by the end of their first week, they were only slightly above here. So this is likely, if we didn't see this new pattern emerging in Indian AA games, would just be what we saw, essentially, is almost a straight line across from here to here. The next major pattern we could see is these serious peaks and valleys following the general downward trend. And what we could see is this peak is what, March 2nd? This peak is March 9th. Wait, that's almost exactly 7 days later. This peak is March 16th. These are the weekends. Essentially, like, I'll double check. So what are we? We're looking at March 2nd, right? So let's see here. March 2nd was Saturday. Yeah. So we're just seeing the weekends are immediately seeing a spike in, like, the number of players online and playing the game. Obvious, easy. We can see what these peaks and valleys are. Very, very easily, very obviously, and it's very understandable. Since this is 100% a, like, while you can play single player, Helldivers 2 is very much a multiplayer event game, you know? So it's something that's going to be very driven by at least getting on with your friends, if not playing with the actual online community. So it's something where the weekends, when a majority of people are free to play on the same days and times, that's where you're going to be seeing the spikes. AV, talking about dumbassery. Well, we're actually looking at the overall pattern and just seeing how the dumbassery is affecting player numbers, and more so what the whole pattern for Helldivers 2 has been. Now, this right here is when we get to the third important date I want to talk about. We have release, we have the announcement of account linking, but then we have this little spike right here. And this is an interesting spike. If you follow this, you can see seriously consistent spike, fall, spike, fall, spike, fall, spike, fall, spike, fall, all the way down, following a general trend. But we have this one spike right here that peaks above the previous two and nearly hits the third previous spike. Do any of you think you know what April 7th was? For those who watch all of my streams, you have an unfair advantage because I was talking about this yesterday. Trying to think. One of the DLC thingies? Nope, it was not one of their war bonds. 7th day in April, maybe new enemies. New enemies haven't been added yet. No, April 7th was the day the automaton... Really? Really, with this fucking cropping? Alright, hold on a second. 1 second. This page wants to be stupid! Crop to the left. I don't know what. This much less? Ah! That was wrong. Give me a second. Wait, so my left or your left? Asshole. No, that's right. Okay. Alright, that'll work. Cool. April 7th was the official defeat, the first defeat of the automatons. This was the end of the Operation Swift disassembly. This is an important in-game event as it led to, I don't know, what, 12, 24 hours of the automatons basically being removed from a game. But what this spike basically shows is people saw themselves getting close to essentially the first, like, victory of a campaign within the game. If we were to compare this to other, like, massive online games like an MMO, this would be essentially like any MMO that has, like, an event that is the end of their current season, essentially. This is a season marker. And I had a theory that I've been thinking about that if there would be a time to note a drastic change in player engagement, it would be after this day. This was basically the first time for Helldivers 2, in its kind of short run up to this stage, that they had a full set of missions that had come out and were completed that resulted in the end of an event. Basically, the first defeat of the automatons. Well, the new enemies did come out during that, but not on this day specifically. They came out a little bit building up to it, and I think a couple came out even after it. But this day, specifically, the reason we're seeing the spike was the push for the win of the event. Now, in game design, there is a few different concepts that come in when looking at something like this, the end of an event. One of the more well-known ones is something that's called the next turn syndrome. It's the idea in turn-based games that you want to always have something coming up in 1 to 2 turns, as that'll drive players to want to keep playing, as they just think they need just one more turn before they turn the game off. The other idea that relates to this is natural endpoints or natural cutoff points. When you're playing a game, you generally want to get to the end of a chapter or an in-game year or an event, or you want the catharsis of the end of something before your brain is happy to stop playing, essentially. So generally what you will see is players will push for an end section, maybe not the end of the game or anything, but a chapter end, essentially, before they will feel happy to save and turn off the game. And in the same note, a lot of players will stop playing after they've gotten to what they feel is a natural endpoint. And I think this is the first natural endpoint that you would see in Helldivers 2 play history. This is essentially the first committed event that they got to the end of. The automatons were beaten and removed. Obviously, they were coming back, but it was still, they were removed from the map, an enemy officially defeated. And here, I do think we can note a change in the pattern. Well, obviously, there's this deep spike and valley, spike on the weekend valley, spike, and following a general downward trend. We can see is after this spike, these peaks aren't exactly spikes anymore. We're not seeing a growth from the valley of, what is this, like 100,000 from bottom to top. We're now seeing 25,000, 25,000, 30,000. We're seeing a drastic change in what the peak and valley is. So what I'm going to say is after this point, I think you got a lot of people who would be essentially were being driven by the excitement of the event have now dropped off. There's essentially just down to the people who are absolutely in love with the game, but aren't essentially being solely driven by the interest in the story, the achievement of the quest, you know? I feel after the spike up to, 345,000? I don't think this is ever going to spike to this stage again. We have now reached our first natural ending point, and now people have drifted off. I don't think it's the story that drove people off. Well, I'm not saying the story drove people off. I'm saying there were people who were more, and this is going to be true in any like multiplayer game like this. There are people who are driven by different things to engage with the game. I'd say the people who were here, who were engaging all the way from here to here, there were people who are going to be more engaged in the story, in the event, that feeling of progression, then necessarily they are, not to say they don't like it, but just their dominant reasoning is going to be that over the mechanics of the game or the aesthetic of the game or anything. It is the happy serotonin drug for the experience, you know? It was the cap off to the experience, a feeling that something was accomplished, natural exit point. Exactly. Yeah. Now, things could change. Yeah, we could definitely talk about things could change to the different. What I'm saying is that this is the first natural exit point in the game's lifespan, and we can see an immediate change from these serious spikes on the weekends to more so plateau than fall, plateau than fall, plateau than fall, where it's a much smoother curve now, as opposed to these more violent spikes. And I think that does make sense, because someone who is more driven to achieve the thing is going to rush in for a big push. Once they've achieved enough victories to sort of add to progress, they're then going to drift out more aggressively as well. So with that, all of those hyper push for progress players that are only driven by that or dominantly driven by that and less so by the game's mechanics or feel or whatever, then drift out. And now we get to our third date. Now this is one we gotta zoom in quite a bit for. Do we still have April 7th? So we still have April 7th. We could see very much this new valley then fall. Stop that. What happened? All right, there we go. 1 month. This more plateau, then fall, plateau, then fall. No longer the spike and fall. And then we get to here. Man, this isn't even zoomed in enough. 1 week. Oof. Now we're seeing the times of days that things happen, and there's even that like spike fall pattern here, and that's honestly interesting. So what do we got? Like 2. So 20 is what? 20 hours is 12 plus 8. So 8 p.m. and midnight? What the fuck? Okay. So now we're seeing kind of this general trend. I think I'm going to zoom back out to a month just to kind of give us these numbers. And then we get the announcement. And we can see there's definitely a slight angle turning down. You can see where these were getting close up to this line, then a little lower, then a little lower, then a little lower. Here, there's a bit of a drop. Like let's see, let's take the peaks of each of these. So we've got 166, 139, so what, about a 25 drop? 125, so that's what, a 10, 15 drop. 112 is 10, 15 drop. 19. I actually saw a slight increase here. Event happens 19, so stays with that 14. So we can see, at least in the short term, obviously this update hasn't been applied yet. This update, at least I don't think it's being applied yet. Hold up. 1 second. Let's hear Helldivers to PSN update date. Let's just say PlayStation accounts. Starting on May 6th. So this hasn't come into effect yet. Wait, you're saying the 30th? Why was he May 6th here? What the fuck? Before playing the game. Current held... Oh, okay, new players. Got it. Starting on May 6th, the new players can't join. Then old players are kicked out on May 30th. So, obviously, there is no literal effect coming in yet. Though, it's interesting to see that the sentimental effect, you know, from here onward hasn't really displayed itself yet. Because I know there's been a lot of backlash. There's been a lot of vocal anger, upset. Who is it? Software Pirate, right? I know they ended up talking about that they submitted a refund request for the game. Since they know they're not going to be getting a PlayStation account, they're submitting a refund request to Steam saying, hey, I'm going to be kicked off of this game for not getting pirate software. Thank you, Little Pink. They've basically stated that they're going to be, even if it doesn't go through, they're submitting the request to say they're going to kick me off of the game. Can I get a refund for this game? And I know there's a lot of people that are stating that they're doing this. There's a lot of the review bomb going on. But what I find interesting is, at least at this point, there isn't a noticeable change in player rates. And that, I really don't know what that says, honestly. There's the idea that, oh, maybe this isn't, there's the idea that yelling you're upset tends to be easier than abandoning something that has made you upset. Quests add a stat that helps Arrowhead fight back. Yeah, exactly. But what I think is interesting, this does display, I think, that people still want to play the game. The people that have survived past this spike and the general downward trend that exists on all online games do still want to be playing the game. I think if anything, this would be a new natural exit point for a lot of people. The announcement that this is going to happen, even though it's going to happen in the future, the announcement now causes a mental recalculating of your evaluation of the game, your interest. That is something that could definitely see a lot of people going, oh, they're going to kick me out anyway. I mean, okay, I'm moving on then. Whatevs. I think this is another natural exit point, but it's not seeing, at least as of yet, a real noticeable pattern. I understand this isn't going into effect of the 30th, but normally, at least I would instinctually think I'd see a sudden drop in your peak or valley of players at that point as a reaction to the announcement. The fact that there isn't an immediate and obvious one, at least as being displayed by what stats this website has, I think is interesting. Because, like I said, I think that's still a new natural exit point for people. It's a good mental reset that can lead to people who are on the fence about it to just decide not to keep engaging. But the fact that that's not going, I think the first natural exit point that happened here shaved off a majority of people that are going to be clipped out by a natural exit point, you know? So I think probably just what's happening is what is left at this point is a lot more diehard interested group that, while they will be attrited over time, is still going to commit at this stage. It's also only been like 2 days. I agree. The time we have between here and even here to establish these 2 points of like spike comparison is what? 25th to the 7th? So 3 weeks plus a few days. Yeah, so we'd really want to see at least 1 month of data to really see if there is a pattern that obviously emerges, or at least a change to the overall pattern that emerges. I do just find it interesting that there's not an immediate player base drop, you know? It's something where you could easily see a sudden player drop happening. But still. Either way, I hope this doesn't happen, you know? But I don't know if there's any... I don't know if there's any weight Arrowhead technically has in this situation, right? Because they're entirely published through PlayStation. So PlayStation has like the 100% power here, don't they? There's an immediate player base drop graphed. True enough. Again, this is also not technically Steam's official data. There's other things that could be happening. But generally, if there is a violent enough drop, that would obviously have some level of reflection. It is possible more time needs to pass to get more accurate data. It's possible this website simply doesn't have that level of accuracy on their data. There's a lot of things that could be happening here. But the fact that there isn't an immediate graphed reflection of something, I still find interesting. What has definitely been happening is the review bombing. That has been absolutely going ham. But I also feel a lot of people already know about the review bombing, which is why I just wanted to take kind of the beginning of my stream to actually take a look at the player numbers, you know? To see what is going on the literal peak and valley of players over time. And I was very happy to see that this date actually was technically marked on this chart by this one fucking spike, because I was afraid I was gonna have to keep referencing what date it was to kind of look at those 3 different points. You know, the review bombing refund requests are the ammo Arrowhead needs to push back. It is the only ammo they're going to get. It's just a real question of whether PlayStation cares. While Helldivers 2 has been a massive success for the scale of development that went into Helldivers, Sony is a big fucking company. They have a lot of games they're working on. And the fact that all of this backlash is really only going to be coming in from the PC side of things means none of this backlash is going to affect PlayStation sales. And I don't mean PlayStation game sales, I mean the console. No matter how upset PC Steam users get, Sony does know no numbers Arrowhead shows them has an effect on their console sales. While technically, there's always going to be like a certain amount of percentage, 1 to 5% of players who get really upset by this because of Steam are then going to go on to never buy the PlayStation 6, yada yada. The truth is, I think Sony's big numbers are always going to be more so in their hardware sales than on the sales of one individual game. So while there's definitely the marketing and like community outreach argument to be made of how upset they are making people and how much money Arrowhead specifically will lose from a mass refund request, neither of those things are, I guess I would call, hard factors to Sony. Those are much more soft factors to Sony, and something they can, if they want to, generally just say, well, ultimately this isn't going to affect the PlayStation 7.5 fucking Super Edition sales. So, we could take the hit on this one little company that isn't too important to us. Sony is also traditionally a brick wall. Hey, I'm an Xbox gamer as a kid. I was Xbox onto PC. I have no fucking clue. All I know is Sony has always been the most aggressive to exclusivity. Microsoft is obviously a very interesting company in that because they're part of Google, and Google sells both gaming consoles and computers, Google was never going to give them like the hardcore level of support on the console that other gaming companies have to get, because Xbox console sales, I don't think have ever been what Google cares about. Might be what Microsoft cares about, not what Google cares about, though. So they're like, if all of gamers stop buying Xboxes and instead buy PCs and then buy games to play on those PCs, there's no skin off of Google's nose. So that's where just Microsoft and Google is always going to have a slightly different reaction than any of their competitors, whether it's Sony or... My brain is drawing a blank on the names of other console companies right now. Who does Wii? Is Wii still like a player or Nintendo? Yeah, got it. So like Nintendo and Sony are always going to be a lot more hard interested in their console sales than individual game company sales. Google and Microsoft have an entirely different incentive system behind them, which is always going to be why they're never going to go as hardcore into console exclusivity. That's something like Sony or Nintendo inherently wants to do. Switch now, soon to be the Switch 2. So they fully swapped off of like standing console. That's interesting. Sega. But yeah, that's been something that's been happening that I wanted to take a quick look at the numbers, see what's going on, and chat with y'all about. It's fun, and I know it's not Manor Lords, so I'm sorry. 1 sec, I gotta crack a drink. Oh. Gotta get my brain back into the right space. But I'm sorry, I dove right on into that. I want to know, how have y'all's weekends been? OMG, last night, oh fuck, I went out to a Irish pub, and I've learned something important about myself. I've learned I like dragon cum, so I have to live with that knowledge for the rest of my life. Eric, please help, my Manor Lord is struggling. All right, we'll get into it. I'll show you a bit of what I've done in the past, and we can see what's going on with you, Al Frost. They haven't announced it yet, but patents and companies meetings have all but confirmed that it's coming soon, maybe later this year, but probably next year. Gotcha. I'm sorry, you like what? Dragon cum? I think it's, what is it? It's Fireball, Irish cream. I think there's supposed to be a third ingredient. Dragon cum. Those were not the results I was looking for. Alcoholic? Okay, people are having a lot of fun with the descriptions here, but yeah. Dragon cum, thick and creamy, burns a bit on the way down. You can feel it in your stomach. These descriptors don't make the drink sound worthy of the name Dragon cum. Then, well, you're probably not the same level of furry trash that I am. Just give me an ingredients list. What the fuck? God, I hate fucking Tumblr. Fuck off. Okay, here we go. So you've got Fireball. This one calls for a hazelnut coffee creamer, but I think any coffee liqueur would probably work. Yeah, essentially it sounds like you just need Fireball and some sort of coffee creamer, or like Irish cream, or Kahlua, rum chata. I feel like all of those would probably have some serious effect to it. Yeah, Fireball and rum chata. Yeah, essentially it's Fireball and some sort of cream-based vanilla-y or nutty or milky thing mixed together. But I've learned I like that, and that's interesting. I'm gonna have to try mixing my own with a few different things and see if I've found my chosen cream base to go with the Fireball. Oh, man. You found the bad Dragon Lube on first search, didn't you? V, did you search it too? Oh, all right. Editing Eric, you could go ahead and skip to this point. Everything else doesn't need to be included in the Manor Lords archive video, okay? Eric testing different types of cum. Fuck you, shut up. No, we're getting to the real shit. Alright, y'all. Let's get back into Manor Lords, catch up on our little village. I'm a little concerned that because I've been doing mostly learning and experimenting with it up to this point in the scenario we're in, I think I'm essentially at the point where I've lost the scenario. Just kind of like for long term. Because obviously this fella here is capturing just tons of different areas. Though I want to... Do you have... Wait, do you even... Have you built anything? Do you have to, like, go into them to, like, actually see, or... Oh, maybe not. Maybe this is just a weird thing he's doing that I don't understand. This guy has, like, captured a bunch of different baronies from this duchy. And that made me concerned, because I was thinking he had, like, you know, 4 full villages built up. But it looks like not. Maybe this is just like a thing that's going to come down to influence and minor military engagements. I was concerned I was going to have to fight like a ton of different armies, and since I hadn't really expanded out of my starting region, that I was just falling aggressively behind. But that might not be exactly what I'm seeing in this scenario. We'll definitely see. But I want... Wait, I gotta do something real quick. Hold on, y'all. I forgot to make this change. I warned y'all. I warned all of y'all we would be changing the chat setup slightly. And then I forgot about it. So, un momento, por favor. Let's see, here's that you. Yep, that's you. Gotta take that down. And chat. Where are you, chat? Let's see if we just do. Oh, that don't adjust quite at all how I thought it would. What happens if I just do? Oh, ooh, fancy. Okay, then height, we gotta lower that quite a bit. We're gonna cut that height in half. And, Zelix! How you doing? Text message. Thanks for the help. Thanks for the help, Chaotic. There you are. Honestly, for this, I think we could shove you guys over here. Do I need to give you enough room, or do I just let some of your shit clip off the side? Okay, we're gonna put you guys here. And then, what, do I shrink the font maybe a little bit? Shrink y'all's fonting? There we go. Nice and small. Stay below my face, nerds. Hey! All Frost, thank you for the gifted sub to Chaotic Owl. So yeah, here's my sleepy little village. We'll get to you in a second, Hall. So we've got all of our shit going on. Here's all of our little houses. We have a ton of this I want to do. We finally bought our second cow. Technically, did we get a horse? Let's just check. I think we have just 2. Didn't we buy 2 oxen? Thought I did. Did I fuck up? Oh, did I just, like, assign it to my saw pit, maybe? No, I didn't. Do I have... Well, okay, I have 2 oxen listed here. Don't know where the fuck it's assigned to, but... there you go. We do have 2 oxen. Easy as. Took me forever to learn how to do that, but now with 2 oxen, we're moving our logs around a lot more efficiently. But hello and welcome to our sleepy little village of Nuslo. We are a large village. We have, 21 families. Almost everybody's committed to work. We have 1 builder family going. We've built a ton of shit, you know. We have a forester here. I don't know if there's, like, any... I think we have 1 of everything that we have unlocked here. We just recently expanded out building a iron mining pit, and we have a bloomery here making iron, because we finally got a place making spears for us to try and rearm our spear militia after what happened to them horribly last time. The next little bit of military thing I think I'm wanting to add is eventually adding in an archer group, but to do that we're definitely going to need 1 more of these higher tier buildings making arrows. But to do that we need to make sure our plank production is pretty high, and right now planks have been, I think, a constant shortfall for us. So we need to get up to, I think, 2 more families, essentially, to have 1 assigned here and 1 assigned to making the bows. So to me, that sounds like we need expansion! Right, we want to go, like, along, don't we? But do we not have... No, we've got tons of timber. Why can't I... Oh, wait, am I overlapping shit? Oh, I also have all this getting built. What the fuck am I doing? All right, we're caught up. We're reminded. We know. I also need to add a tavern at some point, though we're not producing our own booze yet. What was our farming options? Did we have good barley? No. We have good rye and emmer, I think. Though I don't remember what emmer is specifically used for. We want to get farming set up. That's going to require a lot more families, so we're just going to put that to the side for now. For our production, I know we made a dyer. We haven't assigned anyone there, so that's another little thing. Malt house. Wait, they need barley? Interesting. I know we have a clay pit, so we could start developing for clay, but for the number of workers we need, that's just going to the side. Finally, to start pushing ourselves up, I think we need to get into a second type of clothing. Oh, no, we need the second tier of clothing. So shoes, clothes, and cloaks. And for that, we need to get into... So here are shoes... Here are clothes, cloaks, and gambesons. Converts inhabitants to artisans, locking them from being assigned to other jobs. Alright, so we need to get into these eventually, but those are going to lock out work. Essentially, we still need to just see massive growth. We have this little area out here getting ready for expansion, so we're set up and good. Okay. Warmst for art thou, tardigrade. How you doing? How you been, Daka? Haven't seen you on in a little bit. What you been up to? I think I just need more ox. Yeah, that's definitely a big thing. If you want to buy an ox, you just come right here, you click this button, you get a second ox, and things move a lot smoother as logs are being dragged around. Essentially right now, we just need more housing, more families to work more jobs, essentially. We could see what jobs we want, how to get there. We just need to start pushing. I think I was also looking... and trying to figure out more on trade shit, and I think I figured it out. I need to, in order to trade, so we set that to import sheep, I think we can only have like 5 sheep, right? At 30 per... Well, we can't afford that anyway. So we're going to turn that off. And then I don't know if we're using our dyes for anything. So we come to the trading post. And can we say... dyes? Oh yeah, wow. We have a lot of firewood. And leather. Holy shit. Route required. So I'd have to buy a trade route, right? Okay, so we could establish a firewood trade route. We can... We'll do a full trade for now. Our desired surplus... I'll go down to 200? Obviously, we'll need a person assigned here to actually do this, but I think that'll be a way for us to trade off, like, more firewood. So, Howfrost, your question is, you're having a lot of trouble with firewood, fuel, right, for your place? All right, where do I get more oxen? The game fucking said they'd spawn them as needed. Okay, so no. Let's just go, like, very simply. So, first thing you need is obviously to get a woodcutter's lodge, and you need to assign someone here. As you can see, when I assign someone here, we get this little symbol for our very first person. And if I assign a second person, we get another one of those little symbols. You don't always get that symbol, though. This little symbol lets you know that this worker is also opening a stall in your marketplace. So here, can I find it? Yeah, here's our firewood stall right here. And this is where that worker will sell firewood off to the other houses. You have a logging camp? Yeah. So one of the first buildings you need is a logging camp to get timber. But a different building you also need is the woodcutter's lodge. These are the 2 buildings that cut down trees directly and turn them into different items. Woodcutter's log turns them into firewood. Logging camp turns them into timber. Timber then can be processed into planks at the saw pit, but that's generally for later points. Yeah, what I'm going to say, if what you need is fuel, the number one thing to get is your woodcutter's lodge. So really, from my experiences last time, and honestly, part of me almost wants to restart with a new village, but I will not abandon Naslo. Not yet, at least. Is you start with 5 families, only 5 workers. And your key things are going to be food, fuel, and clothing. Now, clothing is interesting. Because initially when you get into the game, they don't quite explain to you that clothing doesn't have to be clothing. Leather is clothing. In order to get leather, basically, you want to set up hunting. Hunting is the number 1 first job to get, as this will cover your food and get you hides. And hides can later be processed into leather, which covers clothing, so that one building can produce 2/3 of the raw resources you need. Next, you need a logging camp. Without logs, you cannot build more buildings, so if you run out of logs and you don't have a logging camp, you have now soft-locked yourself into death. Good luck. Finally, you need the... let's see here. Woodcutter's lodge. This is how you make your fuel. If you have your fuel, your logs, and your food covered, so hunting, firewood, logging... all 3 of those are your 3 most basic jobs you will need covered. Then you start building up houses, and to service those houses, you're going to need a marketplace large enough to accommodate things. As you can see here, houses have a bunch of different needs that'll keep them happy. The more of these fulfilled, the happier they get. The number 1 thing to note is the only way for new people to move into your place is for 2 things to happen. You need spare housing, and your approval needs to be above 50%. If either of these are not true, your village will never grow. You'll never get more people to start filling out more jobs. That generally means that while you need a logging camp, oftentimes you will be unassigning the worker from there. If you're not building anything new, you don't need logs right now, so you can take them off that job and put them on another job that's going to provide happiness to the houses, so you can bring in more workers. Once you have workers, they can be reassigned out to jobs to build more, then you focus on happiness. This is very much the double pattern of this game, is growth, then happiness. Growth, then happiness. In order to achieve these, a lot of people need to be employed, but if everyone's employed, then you're not focusing them on the jobs you need to grow happiness. Right now, we're doing a big growth push, getting a ton of new houses. So let's get playing. Also, I was a lot more concerned. It might be a thing where I need to send people into these areas to reveal what's there. But if I'm getting an accurate visual, it looks like this guy's just capturing territories, but isn't actually building on them. So it's something where they might start sending troops at me after I start taking his land. But I don't have to, like, fight fortifications to conquer them. Hell yeah, storage is full, storehouse, gotcha. Fair enough. I guess we are somewhat overproducing. Do I want to take someone off? Yeah, let's take our guy off of logging. So we've got 2 builders. I want to get these houses up really, really rapidly. Additionally, I think we can lower my taxes. Oh, I already did lower taxes. This is just from previous. Got it. Oh, yeah. He's doing this, but I don't really have a great army again. Yep. We need to focus on growth. We need a lot more workers. And we actually just got someone in. Let's see, you're producing hides. We already get a lot of hides. Can I swap you to, like, vegetables instead of goats? Or no? No? You want to do that? All right, we'll leave you on goats then, just because that's fun. I'm going to, I think, get a fletchery up. Yeah, we're going to get a fletchery up, and I'm going to assign a second worker to the saw pit to start producing planks at a much higher rate, because I want to add in an archery group. Now, they also want, it looks like gambesons are wanted, but not needed. Okay, so the armor is wanted, but not needed. For the spear units, we need spears and shields. For the archers, we need bows. And then they'll use whatever armor we have on hand, so we can put that off. Fuck! Okay. Unassigned. We need more houses. Focus the houses. Okay, let's get building. Let's get moving. I want to see. So I know we have this. Where is our iron looking? Where does iron go? Iron goes here. So we have 6 iron slabs, 7. Okay, so we seem to be keeping our iron production above our spear production, so that's good. Oh, is our woodcutter's lodge overproducing? Well, we have 1 person assigned there, and we still need fuel, so we'll leave them assigned there for now. Damn, you already have taxes? I feel like I'm fucking up hard. To get taxes, all you need is your manor. I have the lowest possible level manor. It has no walls, no towers, no taxing house, nothing. It is the minimum level. Don't be too worried about it. It's something where you need a ton of planks to do, which if you were struggling with fuel, you already have wood issues, don't focus on plank production until you resolved your food and fuel and clothing needs. Solve those 3 first, get happy villagers, then start pushing out the excess workers to the other jobs. I do want to get someone on this trading post pretty soon so we could start trading away some of our surpluses. Do we have much in the way of food surpluses? Not really. We've been basically living off berries, seems like. Ooh, wait. Other rulers aren't... So we do have an army here. Well, we've got bows and a lot of bows. What are you dealing with? Are you going after, like, a bandit group? Guess I'm not sure. But we now have a good idea. That dude had 30 bows, 18 clubs. For us, we have 18 spears, 8 bows. Alright.
Just give me a hammer and something needs to not move. I'll put it in its place.
Alright, we're getting through a lot of these burgs really quickly. Happiness is staying relatively high. I want more food variety, so I do want to get, like, vegetable places up and running. I would also like an apple orchard, but all of that is going to be on our wealth. So, we just need to let that run. We'll live on our 4% taxes for now. I literally can't even build the manor. I have a stone issue, too. Yeah, like I said, that is going to go in the bottom of your list for priorities. Focus on getting more workers and villagers in, essentially, is number one. There we go. We're starting to get more peeps. And I think with that, to start working a little bit on our economy, I'm going to assign one of those newbies over to the market. Ooh, that's coming down. I don't want to go below 50. Wait, how are these exposed? These can't be exposed. They're in the storehouse. Yeah, I need to get another person on the saw pit. Our planks are just so fucking low. Was that partially because... we gotta reassign here, I think. Like, that leaves one house unbuilt, but we have now just a bunch of empty houses we can start moving families in. So we'll let nobody be building for a little bit. I can't believe you didn't make your village look like mine. Do you know what I did? In order to build my village? I do a very funny, dumb thing. I entirely pre-planned my village. I looked up where all my potential farming was. Saw that on this side of the road, all of the farming was here. With emmer and rye. I split the emmer and rye in half, surrounded it with a road so I wouldn't accidentally build into my potential farming. Then built roads along the wood lines that used to exist. And built my village within this area as a grid layout. I pre-planned my village to follow the basic production lines that I saw. I'm not a fun little artsy builder. I'm just like, alright, here are the resources, build our highways along them. Ooh, mining pit is at full. Guess that means we could have a second person working the bloomery, but... Imagine planning. I prefer to imagine dragons sometimes. Okay, this is also showing 23 out of 36. That is matching our shields amount, so we still do need just more shields. We have a shield building, right? Yeah, I think here. You're making the right type of shield. But you need planks. Yeah, the number one thing we are losing out on is plank production. So we do need to make sure we get our saw pit upgraded. Or, like, an extra person assigned here. We're gonna set them to have a 3... Honestly, I'm gonna just go up to 5. Just store as many logs as possible. Okay, we're staying above 51%. We've got a ton of houses available. Right, because we got 27 out of our 23 current workers. We can let that sit for a bit. Honestly, though, I do think I need to unassign someone from somewhere and get them on plank production. We really need to focus down plank production. Okay, we'll pull one back from hunting, get them onto the saw pit. It wasn't planks I was selling, right? It was firewood. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like. Cool. We're good then. Imagine Dragon D's nuts. Hey, Fentanyl! Glad to see you back. How you been? Today we're doing a much sleepier game, Feed Me Fentanyl, so I hope you're ready. Okay, that was an income. Alright. We've got spears. We've got... You're the boyer, right? Wait, what are you? Yeah, Fletcher, blacksmith, joiner. Okay. Can I do apples? Nope, that's too expensive. I do want someone with the Just to give us, like, that one last food option. We're gonna assign you. You're the veggie boy. Thank you. Have fun. I don't think even food variety is a thing for even... I even need to be, like, considering, honestly. But, hey, it's fun. It's fun to hit it all. I don't know what you mean by sleepy game. ROR2 is my sleepy time game. Hey, that's fair a little bit. That's probably why you have every achievement in that game, Little Pink. So we do have the clay deposit, but not super important. Gonna keep letting this run. All looks good. Trade definitely seems like... The fact that we just had 50 income coming in, where taxation and just the housing income hasn't been producing, like, anywhere near that level... I think that's definitely the sign that that trade is going to be our go-to, which means we're going to want this dyer shop up and running as soon as we can get it. And then selling off... Oh, wait, first thing, I did a fuck-up, right? I sold off... Oh, it's too expensive to even buy that. Dyes... Okay, we're going to want to set up a dye trade line eventually. Obviously, not until we actually get production, but that's going to be our number one thing. I don't know if we use dyes for anything. Maybe we need dyes for, like, these houses to be happier? Do we need it for cloaks or... Some sort of clothing probably wants dyes, right? Speaking of, can I get a shoe place? Oh, but that'll remove a worker. That'll turn them into an artisan. So we can do these... But we can't do, like, these. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Any game could be a sleepy time game if you're tired enough. Ooh, that's true. Ooh. Ooh. My go-to sleepy time game is Insomnia. Or Amnesia. God, just playing a game... like an absolute horror game during like your sleepy times, just to be like, I wonder what this will feel like. Oh yeah, also Hallfrost, a thing to consider. Let's see, here's in the tech tree, you can unlock something called foreign suppliers. This is a fun little trade upgrade that lets you get a couple of marketplace. I'm gonna go here actually. A couple of specific marketplace objects called the firewood cart and the food cart. These can be placed into a marketplace, and they will essentially import at a relatively cheap price a very small amount of firewood or food to help fulfill those needs within the market relatively quickly. This does mean you'll have a hard time building up an income because it'll constantly be draining a few coins every month into it. Getting tech points? Every time you upgrade your village, you get a tech point. So just hover over here. This will tell you what you need to do to upgrade to your next level of village. And when you do, you'll get a tech point. Yay! Hello, outlaws. It's a pleasure to meet yous. We're going to become friends with the outlaws. That's what I say. Okay, once this is done, all our construction is good. So maybe we have someone start working on dyes? We have double saw pits. How's our military looking now with the double saw pits? All right, I think a lot of our bows are being diverted for... Or a lot of our planks are being diverted to wood right now. Unfortunately, both spears and shields are requiring planks. So that's always going to be a bit of a meh. But we're starting to, I think, catch up in our plank needs, which is good. And once we get these two units fully outfitted, we're not going to be having the same level of plank-like consumption. So we should be relatively okay. All right, that's finished, yeah? Perfect. Then we're going to assign our first person to a dyer. See, because here we have a particularly good yield of berry deposits, so making dyes is going to be our most, like, affordable, high-price good production. Oh shit, wait, can I afford... Damn it! Wait, why can't I buy... It says 48, right? I have 65. Hold up, wait, why can't I buy that? Okay, I can buy all those. I can buy all those. Oh, I just need to click out, click in. Did I just have, like, a money thing happen? Got it! So we're going to establish this trade route. We're only going to export. We want 10 on hand, I guess, because I don't know what we even use dyes for at this point. Like I said, I think it's going to be a clothing thing. But if it ends up we don't needing it for something like shoes... Because unfortunately, they don't show me what shoe production requires. Though, do I just want to skip to this? Because this can also make gambesons, which is a type of armor. We'll see. You know, we'll let this go. We'll see kind of what happens. Because also it could mean that to get gambesons, I need to start importing the linen and not just working off of leather. I think. Wait, 1 second. Are the only clothing types? Yeah, so we have leather, linen, and yarn. We'll have to see what goes into gambesons. Because I know wool was traditionally what was used in gambesons. I just don't know if this game is going to make like a thing where you can only make gambesons out of yarn versus linen versus leather. So how are our level 2 houses now looking? Obviously, we don't have a tavern supply, but I think that's ultimately okay. And I want to focus on the clothing first, because if we get the clothing building, we also produce gambesons, which will up our military value at the same time as upping our villager value. Oh, shit! We have an extra worker! Fuck yeah! Yeah, we are spiking up. So that puts us at 25 out of 28. And to me, that means... we want to expand our living quarters again. Hell yeah! We're going to build, I think, along our forester tree line first, and then after that we can start looking at... right there. Oh, that means they won't have... So how far do I need to go for them to get plots? At least there, and those plots aren't going to be that big. So yeah, maybe we do start over here then. Yeah, that'll give them a lot bigger plots. Alright, we'll do the expansion out here. Unfortunately, I think that means this market won't have an easy time at all servicing them. So, to service our houses... do we move? No, this is our farm area, right? This is our corpse pit. I almost want to put the market here. Let me check. Can we... so, emmer doesn't grow very well here. Rye is okay here, so I think we can, in fact... so here's what we're going to do. First thing, fuck this market. We're getting rid of this market. We're keeping our main market for now, but then we are going to rebuild a marketplace to service all these buildings, more so here. Is it ridiculous for me to make the market go... how many market stalls is this? 39. 46. Not as ridiculous as I thought it was gonna be. Why can't I build? What's wrong? What's... am I overlapping something? Okay, we'll bring it a little ways away from that corner. See if that's... okay, I guess that'll work. Cool. New big market. I think we'll also end up closing this one down. So we're going to add in... oh, we can only have one of each of these. So that's going to be our first thing. We're going to demolish both of these carts that we have. Didn't have to demolish them. Could have just moved them. Which one is this? That's the firewood cart. Got it. Alright, understood. Once those carts have been moved and set up, then we will actually destroy this market, I think. And I want to see if we can get a second well built closer to y'all. Yep, right in here will be a great well location. I think well, both of these two. Yeah, we'll use the well as our timer. Once the well's built, we'll deconstruct our starting market so that can be built here to better service most of our housing. Does mean these houses now have a bit slower access to the marketplace, but it's still down our main roadway, so I think that should be fine. Wait, you're at 2 winters with 0 fuel per... God damn, Hallfrost, okay. Alright, we got a new family. So we got you. Double you. We got the dye works. Is there anything not being run? Our livestock importery and there, but I don't actually care about that. Right, I think we wanted to pump up our bloomery. And after that, we'll start looking at now expansion. I think that is all of our production pushed up to the maximum efficiency I'm looking for. So from this point on, we can start looking at just raw expansion. Wait. Quiet, you. I hear you horny people out there. I can't level up my houses because I don't have armaments, I think? That's definitely not true. What level of housing are you at? I'll see if I can find a level 1 house. So, here we go. Here's one of my level 1 houses. In order for a level 1 house to get upgraded, what it needs is all of these dots fulfilled. All these first level dots. This makes them even happier to have the 2 dots, but this is all you need, technically. No, actually, we even need this. So what you need is first to have a marketplace supplying the house. They need fuel, 1 type of clothing, which can be linen, leather, or yarn, and they need 2 food variety being provided by their marketplace. Now that can be relatively easy to provide. If you are hunting and gathering berries, then you have berries and meat, which can be 2 easy foods, but not always easy and available in production. What can be done even easier is adding something like vegetables or chickens. I'm gonna add veggies. I like having them. And you now have a small amount of guaranteed food variety that works even in winter for some fucking reason. But there you go. So, I highly recommend, since you'll be starting with 5 families, getting 1 with chickens, 1 with vegetables. This will not remove them from the workforce and will give you a pretty high variety of food, especially if you have berry harvesting and hunting going on. You have now 4 food varieties that have different seasons they're good in, so you should cover your food variety for level 1 relatively easily, and pretty much be guaranteed for your level 2 food variety needs as well. Finally, the thing you mentioned, they also need at least 1 level of church. So I honestly need to start looking at upgrading my church. How do I do that? There's like a button you can just press, I think. Yeah, here. So I'll need clay for that. Also need planks. But I'm also not desperate to try to upgrade that. Still, maybe I start looking at clay production. At least getting the building up and running, and then we'll get our first workers onto it. And we'll also prep, I guess, alongside that. Don't know when we'll actually start using it. That level of industry over in my little industry quarter over here. Should be fun. Alright. Now let's let them let. How is my granary doing? Trading post, granary. Honestly, not super full. Maybe we're seeing an efficiency problem there. Or maybe I'm just consuming my food pretty rapidly. Oh, didn't have stone for a while. Now I can build the church. Hell yeah. Alright, we've got more houses coming in. We are at 26 out of 31 available housing. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. How is our military looking? Starting to get itself kind of more established here, which is awesome. The next big thing I wanted to do was an armory. Armorer's workshop. Obviously, we'll need some wealth. We have that wealth, but we don't have planks. Right, we gotta wait for basically all of this to be resolved before people are happy with the planks. Do I need to upgrade my storehouse, then? But that'll need planks. Jeez, we're trapped in a plank loop. Where are dyes listed? Here we're at 14. And we do trade off our dyes. Cool. Hell yeah. Ooh. Let's see, your new family. That's a lot of workers now that we have available. Do we assign you to the forester to keep these trees up and running? I think, yeah. Hell yeah. Then we keep the one spare so that if we ever have the opportunity to make the armor... Wait, I think we have it. Oh. Oh, never mind. I need basic armor making. Fuck, which means I need to upgrade. Fuck. The only way to upgrade is... Let's see here. I've got to get one more food variety. What is our food variety? Berries, meat, eggs, vegetables, apples, honey, bread. We should have about 3 variety, right? Maybe I just need more workers, like, running stalls, essentially. Like, get another person assigned to foraging. Alright, also, I think it was time for me to demolish this market so that everything starts moving over here. Oh, well. We'll let that run. Maybe I gotta think about one of these new really big plots I've got. Once it's got people in it. Because these are some longer plots. They could probably produce a lot more vegetables than any of these other sized plots. Still, you know, we're going to get one more vegetable place, one more chicken place. Once we have enough wealth, we'll get another chicken place. That should up our food variety pretty solidly. How do you have farms set up right now? I don't have farms. I have vegetable plots. These are an upgrade you can do on a burgage. Once they're happy, you start getting these options, though these require wealth, so you need to be producing wealth in order to do this. But essentially, you tell this family, as long as it's one of these, I believe, one of the food ones, they won't be removed as a worker. They'll just, that family will also happen to produce some food. Like, they'll either produce vegetables, eggs, leathers, or apple. Well, not leathers. This is hides, but basically, these are really good upgrades you can apply to your existing housing. Alright, I think it's time to demolish this market. Get everything started setting up over here. It does mean we're gonna have a lot of problems as people are trying to move around the market stuff, but I think it's better for us to get this, like, full market providing for here set up as quick as possible. Oh, here we go. Stoves being applied. Hey, Sour. How you doing, my guy? Hello, hello, and welcome. Yeah, I know peeps are sad. Oh, wait. Do you guys not get, like, any support from here? Or is it just while things are moving? I don't know. Alright, just in case, because I might have fucked up a bit there, we're going to set up a small market. For these places. Just to make sure there's some supply directly to these houses that we have down here. Still, I think a lot of this is just things getting moved and reset up, essentially. Yeah, we're just gonna have to let this go. Unfortunately, I think I hit them in winter with a sudden shift in where we're storing and distributing our food. Well, just got back from work. Oh, dang. Sorry you had to work today. Hate fucking working weekend shifts. Absolute worst shit ever. What do you mean? We got tons of food, don't we? Hey, we got a new fam. Where are you? Gotcha. Looks like, yeah, we're not getting any people into our newer, longer plots, but still. Can I move you guys just down a bit?
Oh, this is heavier than it looks.
Okay, where's our fuel guys? No, we'll do this. We'll have a couple of dudes doing fuel. Might allow for easier market setup stuff. I remember, I think in the very first early access to this game, you actually would build the stalls where you'd want them in the market. But now it seems to be like auto-done by parts of the family that are collecting the resources. Which might be causing a bit of a problem when your houses are slightly separated like this, you know? Y'all, when can we get eggs at 25? Running out of food? Shit! How much longer is winter? Wait, hold up. Will month be in January, February? Alright, this is the last month of winter, so we're going to be getting berries relatively soon. Additionally, we'll have you guys making chickens, and that should help us with a lot of our food needs. Because now we got veggies and chickens right here, so that's veggies and eggs. As spring comes in, we'll be having... How many people are doing foraging too? Hell yeah. Oh, they are out of the pantry, so they're not setting up market stalls. Got it. Alright, let's take a look at your army now. Oh, damn. 36 swords, 36 swords. Shit. Yeah, this dude's army's kind of scary. And our army hasn't even been, like, fully fucking equipped, have they? Yeah, we're just never getting ahead on our plank production. Why are y'all... Is that it? Do I just need to have one of those oxen now just assigned to our saw pit to guarantee they're always getting the logs that they're breaking up? We're going to try that. We're going to try reassigning one of our oxen to the saw pit permanently. Hey, we've got a family, one of the really big plots. Good. We're definitely going to set this up for vegetables. Make as much use of that as possible. Oh, berries still aren't coming in. Our food is looking a little rough. We should get some support from the food cart at least, but... Uh-oh. 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 Hey, come on. All right, berries are starting to come back in. Hell yeah. And the foragers are setting up their fucking camps. Perfect. How much do I need? I need 15 in cash. And once we get that, we can set up the veggies. And I think that'll just be like a permanent fix for our variety. So I want to see how this market's servicing now. Not great once we get to here. Is that just a distance? Is that a distance? No, because fuel's getting good there. Our food variety is probably just shit. So I think checking fuel and clothing is going to give us a better idea of the distance thing. So it might be, maybe I need to, at some point, break down these artist houses and move them over to here. Shit.
Summer's coming soon, and soon the beating sun.
Alright. So we've got one extra worker, so we are hopefully going to get our clay industry set up, because once that's set up, we can upgrade our church. Also once the planks are resolved. But we did shift one of our oxen over to our plank place. Permanently, right? Yeah, so that should be keeping them stocked up on logs. And hopefully that'll mean our plank services are going well. Nope, stop that. Stop. How do I cancel that? Oops. So pole arms, axes. Interesting. So footmen, spear militia, polearm militia, and archers. So down here is our military stuff. We can get into some good armor options. What was that sword symbol? Was that retinue, maybe? Because if these are the only unit types I can get, I don't know what would be the sword symbol that one guy had. Still, we're getting very close to having the units we've made getting fully topped off on equipment, and that's cool. Because we had to fight off, what was it, 2 groups of 18 clubs with one 30-unit spear militia, and they held up. So I think if we can get, you know, more fully set, like something with like 2 archers, 2 frontline units, that could be something that can hold up against most reasonably sized. Okay, how do I get another ox? Easiest way. You go to your hitching post. This is the place that your ox is working from. And you can just click on this button. This will spend 20 of your regional wealth and just get you another ox, just right away. There's also things you can do about getting a livestock trading post, but this involves, like, trading routes and shit, and that can be a little less intuitive and inherently, like, ease of use, you know?
Gets rainy like this in the white.
Okay, I need regional wealth. Yep. As soon as a building goes up to level 2, it starts producing a very small amount of regional wealth. You can build your manor to start creating taxes, which create a small amount of regional wealth. The main thing you want to do is to get a trading post, buy a trade route for something you produce a lot of. That can be stone, planks, flax, barley, berries, meat, leather, anything you can produce, and sell it off. Selling goods is going to be your quickest way to make your most amount of money. Wait, so this marketplace seems to be servicing everyone with fuel without problem. So I don't think there's really a distance thing when it comes to these markets, or at least I'm not hitting the level of problem of distance. I think I'm going to assign a second person to hunting as well. Hunting limit. Ah! So it was set to 10. There's 40 animals, so set that to 20. Come on, we can hunt half of them. That's fine. So we have a mining pit, so we can also start getting clay. I don't think we're doing any more construction right now, so yeah, we'll assign them out to clay. Start gathering that. Once we get more families, we can start producing tiles. Then we can look at upgrading our church. Or maybe even, what, importing barley and turning it into drink? Then we could support a tavern getting constructed. Also, how are people not collecting rainwater? Just build them a well. Just do it. They want wells, give them wells, Halfrost. In fact, rain, I've heard, is really bad generally in this game, because constant rains can lead to crop failure. Oh, wait. Y'all, We've got 2 people assigned to foraging. Why are we not like infinite berries yet? No, I get that, but like free water. Fair enough, Halfrost. Fair enough. Free water. And my food is being a bit of a problem. Berries had always been something we were getting just tons of before. You guys don't have like a stock limit here, no. Maybe I just need more workers gathering those quicker. Hey, it's May. Another new family, huzzah! So that is going to be on our furnace. And soon we will start having roof tiles. Oh, can I get more chickens? Not really. Do I just get shoes? Ale from malt. And then I make malt from barley, right? 1 second. Workers use barley to produce malt, which needs to be fueled. Though at that point, wouldn't I just want to import malt? I think it would probably be easy, since I can't really grow barley here, right? Barley, I think, is one of my no really good... Yeah, within this... Shit. Yeah, within this region, I don't think we have, like, any good barley growth, so I think we're just better off importing malt directly and turning that into booze whenever we want to do that. Hey, we're almost fully equipped on our 2 militias. Then we can start looking at what we want next. I think another front line would be probably good to defend us in case we get hit by, like, 2... What's going on? Oh yeah, just because our food is being so in flux. Is it because the dyer is, like, overusing our berries, maybe? That could be what's actually happening here. Wait, storage is full in hunting camp, so we've got too much meat? Or too many hides, maybe. Maybe it's too many hides, technically. Alright, trade. Oh shit, expensive to build a hydrating. Ooh, alright. Well, we can look at trying to save up some regional wealth so that we can buy a hide trading route. Get rid of some of that hide. Still, how are we doing on our veggie production? Like, are eggs and veggies coming in much amounts for us? Doesn't seem like it. Because I think we have like 3 chicken places and 3 veggie places. Ooh, more families coming in, hell yeah. But I also need... No, we can't do the armorer, right? Because we need people happy. To get them properly happy to start getting to level 3, we need the food variety, we need to upgrade the church, and we need a tavern. Do I pre-build the tavern? I think I pre-build the tavern, at least, to some degree. We put it right next to the church. Whoa. Why are you... Stop that. Stop logging to that road. Log to this road. No, stop that. Sure, we'll build it right next to the church. There we go. You get an achievement for changing the... I think I already did it, technically. Alright, we're still suffering on food a lot. Honestly, with the richness of berries we've got going on, yeah, we're gonna pull someone. Like, I know that's gonna delay the tavern being built, but tavern's honestly not super important. There goes this. Don't have quite that, but we do now suddenly have a bit of a small surplus of planks. So that's definitely good. Okay, so I think having this third person means we have 2 people running stalls and 1 person just gathering berries. That might help us now get ahead of the game on the berry food production. I still need a lot of wealth so we can start selling off these hides so they stop taking up, like, storage. And hopefully get meat coming in. Also, not gonna lie, the music in this game fucks. I do love me some medieval fucking music. That is true. Oh, hell yeah. We're so close to full strength on these 2. Honestly, do I go for another melee of some kind? Or I go for bows? Honestly, I think I'm gonna go... No, let's just build out our expectation. 2 spears, 2 bows. And then we'll just kind of track our production to get up to that point, you know? Hey, even more families. That's all good. Food do still be struggling. Hey, we can upgrade the church. Oh, it just goes? No, it's constructing. Okay. Yeah, because we can't assign someone there. Cool. Fuck. We're starting to get a little bit of starvation, I think. Ah, jeez. Why is our food struggling so aggressively now? Obviously, we've done a lot of growth, but... I've been expanding the number of food producers here. I've aggressively expanded the number of foragers and hunters we have. Oh, you've run into too much fuel? Well, now you could try to buy a trading post and then set up a trade route for all that fuel and sell some of it off. Huzzah! Huzzah, victory! I don't know, maybe it's time for me to start looking at farming. We need a farm, then we need to create a field. Well, no, I want to look at, what, rye? Yeah, okay, so not here. Don't go to Emmer. We're on rye. Alright. So here, and then... Farmhouses employ families who work fields. The workforce is distributed proportionally in accordance with the field's set priority level. While crops are growing, they absorb certain nutrients from the soil, temporarily lowering its fertility, and thus diminishing yields over time. To combat this, consider changing crop types, or even better, leaving the field of fallow for a year. Okay. So we set up a crop rotation. We are growing... Wait, why can't I... Oh, wait, do I have... Is there like a farming tech I need for specific... Oh my god! I'm like 2 techs away from doing rye. Alright, fuck it. Well, we'll just do whatever one's best. So wheat, fallow... Wheat? No. Wheat, fallow, wheat. So this is what we do. Alright, I guess that's what we'll do until we upgrade to getting higher tech for now. God damn, that's not good. Hello there, Argon Ravenwood. Hold up. Argon, why the hell does your name fuck? I have a trading post, but I don't know how to work it. That is understandable. The trading post is not actually the most intuitive system to engage with. Number one thing, obviously, you'll need someone working at your trading post, but I guarantee you're already doing that, all right? It is a pretty W name. So what you end up having to do is you will go down to the trade section. In the trade section, you'll see there are lists of the different item types, blah-blah-blah, blah, blah, blah. The number one thing you need to do in order to open a trading route is buy a route, okay, Hallfrost? You'll see each of these supplies has a cash money price right next to it. Step one is you have to purchase a trade route. Then you can swap it to import, export, or full trade. Import and export, obviously, if you have an import focus, you'll only be buying goods. If you have an export focus, you'll only be selling goods. Full trade is they will try to match the number you're setting. So essentially what you'll do is you'll set your desired surplus. This is the number you want up here. Example, we have 60 stone. If I think that's too much, I could set my desired surplus lower. Then if I set to full trade, we'll sell off till we hit 50. If we go below 50, we'll buy until we hit 50. So if you have a thing you know you're overproducing, you want to set to export only. And then set your goal, then you'll keep selling till you hit that, then you'll stop selling. If there's something you don't produce and you want to make sure you have a certain amount of it, you set import only, and then you will keep buying until you achieve that goal, or run out of money, or yada yada. Perfect. Sorry, what do you mean? What does my name do? I'm so sorry, Argon Ravenwood. I did full internet lingo on you. I'm saying your name is fucking awesome, essentially. Or, as people say, fucks. Though, I'm gonna be honest, instead of fucks, the favorite one I've heard is when people say something serves. Because I've been hearing people say, oh yeah, that name serves. Oh, that character serves. Oh, that artist serves. And I technically didn't understand until someone gave me the full, much like idioms that people have shortened down aggressively, like the customer is always right. The original idiom was, the customer is always right in matters of taste, which is an important differential. And much like that, I didn't understand what people meant when they said, oh yeah, that dude serves, until someone finally broke down in front of me and said the whole sentence, which was, oh yeah, that dude serves cock. And I realized I finally understood what people meant when they said someone serves. Whether they serve pussy or cock doesn't matter. You just need to make sure that you're serving. And all this seems to be going okay. We're in fall. Unfortunately, our berry stocks are getting really low. We are at our 10 surplus for dyes. Are we trading them? I'm trying to remember if I bought the... Because if we don't own a dye trade route yet, we do own one. I'm going to disable this for now. I'm going to tell them to stop producing dyes. I'm concerned they're eating up too much of our berries, and with how desperate our food situation is, even though we'll be losing cash by not trading that anymore, I'd rather lose cash than have people starve to death. The character's full name is Argon Ravenwood, Lord and Master of the Woodbrick Mansion, First Knight of the Nightfall Brotherhood, and Protector of the Realm. I like it. I'm amazed that you got, like, the full name for yourself there. That's fucking gorgeous. By the way, Argon Ravenwood, hi. I'm Eric, yes, that one. I'm a pudgy little tardigrade who likes to play video games. And today, we're playing Manor Lords. This is my second Manor Lords stream. since the latest early access release. I played it way back when it was a very, very early version. This is our first village. We're doing our best to not starve to death right now, and almost failing. So we'll see what happens. But Argon Ravenwood, I'm afraid V the Sleepy Bunny has done a redeem on your behalf. So I apologize in ahead of time for this. Argon Ravenwood, I simply must say. And welcome efficiently. I'm sorry, my chat is weird and hates unsubbed people talking or people showing up and not being weirded out as soon as possible. So they force out the Ada redeems whenever we have a freshie join. How are you doing, Argon? Are you a VTuber fan or somebody who's a big fan of Manor Lords and just popping in and seeing what people are doing? Sorry, there's so many questions coming at you so fucking rapidly. I'm just always hype when newbies are here. Alright, this all seems to be going okay. We're barely keeping ahead on food. If we had more value, I might go for another vegetable garden. Admittedly, I'd be really interested in checking out these orchards, but the amount of cash they're going to require is just rough. Ada and being randomly subbed is the rite of passage here. I, unfortunately, have to agree with you. That's our tannery. Don't really care as much. We have this run up. Honestly, I think we have to run up our hunting even more. We're just not... We are just not getting enough meat out. That should hopefully not deplete our hunting grounds. We are only getting to about half of the berry deposit by the end of the season, so I think we can assign full foragers here to deal with this. And I might just... I don't even know if this actually affects anything. Gonna run a roadway further out towards the berries just to see if that does help at all. It might not, though. Both. I lived them both. I also played Manor Lords in the early stages, and I had the honor to be a beta tester. Oh, I'm trying, like, official beta tester, like, reached out by them or invited into the beta early access. Because if it was invited into the beta early access, fucking same here. But if they, like, had this whole, like, hey, you want to be one of our beta testers? Then I'm jealous of you, I hate you, and I'm glad you're here. Yeah, we need to leave some people on construction so we can get the tavern and church up and running. Even though we're not really able to produce much in the way of tavern support, I at least want the building done. They contacted me? Holy shit! Fucking hell yeah. Fuck yeah, Argon. You done much in the way of QA, or just sort of like had some sort of connection? Don't tell me to suck it, Hallfrost. You suck it. Yeah, well, I'm employed by fucking Lionbridge Testing Studios, so I've been a tester on a lot of games. I'm cool too. Please. Please don't mock me. Oh god, we're heading into winter with almost nothing in our food stores. This is gonna be rough. Also, I don't have a ton in the way of wealth. Oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright, let's pause. I gotta take a look at my trades. Oh my god! Buying trade is fucking insane. Okay, so we finally have a farm, and I want people on it. But I gotta pull them from somewhere. Fuel, we're pretty ahead on fuel, so I'm actually going to pull one person off of our fuel, get one family assigned to farming. Then hopefully that means we'll be able to get started next spring on, where's my wealth meter? This, your regional wealth? It's right here. Maybe I need to start upgrading houses to level, more houses to level 2? That could definitely be a thing. But we're just having such food problems, that's actually not going to happen right away. Alright, we just need to push for more food. We need to get this set up and ready to go.
There's no hobble. Tomorrow, find a new home.
Oh my god. By the by, I heard from a little birdie that Junie's actually got something fucking amazing and I'm infinitely jealous over her for. Apparently she gets to go say hi to the developers of Frostpunk exclusively to make me fucking jealous. Ugh. Oh well. Put you guys over to this side for a little bit. Apparently I can add king to my name now. I'm gonna be a name collector of the F the Infinity Stones names it is. Hey, names are titles, you know. I think there's definitely something about titles that tends to hold a little more interest, but I can understand wanting either to be on the up and up. So wait, after we collect wheat, we then need to process the wheat, right? So we will need a windmill. So I'll set that up for getting started, and then we'll need a communal oven. Okay, we'll start assigning this, try to make sure all of this gets built up, even though we can't really use all of it right away. So we have the tavern, no one assigned, but we also don't have booze. So that's fine for now. Did our church get finished? Yep, church is finished, upgraded, hell yeah. So everyone should have 2 levels of church, cool. Tavern's built, no one's assigned, no one has ale. That is bottom of our list of priorities. Food is top of the list. So next, I think is gonna be clothing. If food is fully resolved... Wait, how do I achieve clothing? Hold up, wait. I'm realizing, in order to do clothing, I would need either armorers or... We have to go with shoes. Because the only way to build armorers is to get one more point in one more tech point. So that we could go into basic armors. But the only way we get one more tech point is by going to level 3. So we can't depend on basic armors for our clothing needs. Shoot. Oh well. Oh well. Understandable. So what do we need? We just need 5 wealth? Okay. Easy enough. Okay. Cool. We should be solid. I keep remembering the exploits I found in the game. Oh, the developer hated me for it. Hell yeah, dude. That's good QA work, in my opinion. Do you have any favorites? Okay, Eric, I have a tech point. All I have is charcoal burning. What should I get? You have charcoal burning. Oh, that's a good tech. I mean, the ones I went for foreign supplies so that I could be kind of secured in my major things. This allowed me to get the 2 carts, so the firewood cart and the bread cart. I'd say look around at your resources. The very first tech I got was more efficient berry gathering because I had rich deposits of berries. I also have rich deposits of animals, so I got the techs to make these more efficient since they were my main, like, rare super resources, you see? Charcoal is fuel. It turns 1 firewood into 2 coal, so it doubles your fueling efficiency. As long as you make a charcoal kiln. So make sure you build a charcoal kiln, and you'll double up your fuel efficiency. Yeah, I know, y'all. I know food isn't great. I'm doing my fucking best, though. Any more of my long plots have families? This does have a family, so I'd like to take it to veggies, but we're pretty wealth desperate right now. So where are my trade routes? Full trade on the firewood? No, we're gonna go to export only on this. I think we've been importing a ton of firewood recently. Shoot. Yeah, I need more people assigned to that. I think think I can finally pull someone off the saw pit, though. I think we've gotten ahead of our problem on planks. So we'll try to do that to resolve our fuel. We definitely sold off our entire surplus at one point. That's where that big chunk of 50 wealth came in. But we'll just let this play for now. Ooh, I do want to check in. How are... Oh, we evenly distributed the goods we had. Oh, recruits missing. Got it. We need more population then to support having 2 spears, 2 bows. Understandable. Maybe I get rid of one of y'all for now then. Yeah, we'll remove that unit. Let people distribute a little better. I wish this would show me what my actual, like, goods supplies was, but we'll see. We've got 59 spears, 121 large shields. All right, hey, large shield place. Yo, can you, like, can I set a maximum for you? You don't need to produce these forever. It's fine. We don't need infinite large shields, okay? Wait, we have someone in the livestock trading post? Okay, we're gonna take that back. We're not trading livestock. I imagine these are all expensive as shit as well. Yeah, super expensive, so we're not gonna be able to really do trade there. So we'll pull that family out. That gives us 2 building families. We need the windmill and the communal oven built, so we will need people to work those. So we should be relatively fine on that. Food is keeping above board, at least. So I was like, so, no, I'm just saying we don't need infinite shields. We just need enough shields for our soldiers. Can I give you a very big tip? Sure, Argon Ravenwood. I already know I'm not doing everything to the best of my abilities or the best that should be done. This has been a lot more of a first time in a long time playing this game and just sort of exploring it and feeling a lot of it out. So here we've got 1 month of fuel. That doesn't track. I feel like you're lying to me. Soon you will collect enough random people to be experts of every game you could play. Well, isn't that the trick to being a big-time streamer? Once you've got, 2,000 or so people watching you, you're guaranteed to have someone who knows a lot more than you in there. Yay! Windmill. I'm sorry, that just makes me happy. Honestly, do I just destroy these since I'm not... Yeah, I'm not gonna use these, so we'll just get rid of them. Oh, I just realized I should also raise taxes. We're so far above 70 that I'm going to... Oh, wait, that's tithe. There we go. We could take a bit of a hit to raise our taxes to start getting ourselves a little more regional wealth to play around with. Hey, we have enough to get extra veggies. Perfect. Oh, shit, but I also need to save up to get a shoe place. Fuck! Alright, that's fine. Hitting up clothing isn't going to matter if we never hit the food requirements. I guess I could try to open a trade route to start bringing in food, but I'm already not, like, the wealthiest at this stage, so... Thinking. We have the communal ovens. No grain on hand, so we don't need to assign anyone there yet. Ultimately, I think all of our major construction is done now. These are just caught up in the number of people we have in our village, so we're good there. Food is barely keeping ahead. Bandit camp, but not bandits. Are we almost out of January, February? We got one more month in winter. Then we'll be able to start getting berries again. And this year, we won't run the dye work, so we'll be just turning all of the berries into food.
We all know what that means.
Where are some of these other, like, further ones? Doubles the amount of meat harvested. Ooh, wait. Doubles meat. Ooh. Nice. This is a very early game. Set up farms and hunting hut ASAP. Definitely, hunting is very important, I think. Make sure you have enough houses so that you get enough houses. After that, set up fuel. If all your basic needs are up and running without the need of trade, you could start with leveling up stuff with more luxurious things. I think that's definitely the rundown I gave from the beginning of this stream. Obviously, we're working off of all of the mistakes I made during my first stream and just trying to do the recovery back on track. But I think we are holding on pretty well. We are just really... Oof. Can I reassign any of this? Nah, I don't even really want to is the thing. Okay, this is the last month of winter, then we'll head into spring, and hopefully that'll unlock a lot of our food potential. Now, it sounds very simple. What these game does is letting you figure it out yourself. 100%. Nah, what really fucking sucked for me, Aragon, is it took me an entire stream to realize how to get another ox. So, the early game, I was very limited by the amount of timber I could move around. And I just unintentionally fucked myself over, essentially, there. God, our food. Alright, wait. I think I need to change this. We're gonna do wheat this year. Then fallow, then wheat. That should be the system we're doing to make sure they are starting crops this year for us. Hell yeah. Also, it looks like all of our houses are moved in, so we can turn all of the long plots into vegetable gardens once we get in there. So make a plan, and not for one game year, but for like 5 years. Start thinking in like complex game of chess, then you'll see that this becomes easier. Okay, gotcha. Second ox, I got it. We get it now, boys. Hell yeah, All Frost. Get that movement efficiency up. Hunger. Yeah, I know we've got hunger. I'm trying to solve it. Are we able to forage? We are. It's growing, and it's rich, so we should be able to maintain this. Yeah, immediately berries coming in. That's going to buy us a lot of time. Want to get all of these. Please send foods. Since we're not trying to grow right now, I think I'm going to raise taxes one more time. People are going to be a little upset, but we'll hold on to that. Try to get ourselves a little more cash influx. We could also look at upgrading to tier 2. No, because our food issue is preventing us from going to tier 2 on more houses from our income there. Don't need construction. Add a second family to make the farming go by a little easier. Master Eric, I need to get some sleep. I hope you have a Discord so I can keep in touch. Hell yeah, we do have a Discord. I don't know if I have a command? Yeah, try that out. No clue if that invite still works. There's always changes and updates to Discord, so it might not. You let me know. But I appreciate it. So, I play a lot of different variety of games. I also have a YouTube where I archive all of my streams or post other things I'm working on. You can check that out there. If you want to see my first 2 streams and laugh at my idiocy and failure in the first couple of years of this village, I would always appreciate that. Additionally, recently we've been playing a lot of Risk of Rain here as well. So if you're a fan of that game at all, I highly recommend checking out us doing multiplayer and single player, trying to do some basic achievement hunting in that. Alright. Enemy has been spotted. Ooh, oh. Wait. Oh, are they coming for me though? Oh, that might be coming for me, actually. Well, wait. We'll wait and see if they cross this way. They're definitely crossing this way. Alright. Well, I guess here's where we will see if there is a, Ding, ding, ding! Help! Everyone get your asses out here! And hey, maybe this will trim down on the hunger levels we're seeing in the village just a little bit. Alright. Alright, set up our archers. Eat the corpse. Not what I meant. Alright, well, they're gonna have to trek pretty far to get here. It was a mistake to raise the levies this soon, but we should be fine. Alright, well, last time when we had to deal with 2 groups of 18 clubs, 1 unit of, I think, 30 spears held them up without much issue. We have, what, 44 spears now? And we have archers and a small retinue. Push the archers forward, try to give them a bit more range. Is their range obvious to me, or? Alright, let's see. Okay, spears try to hold, spears try to hold. Pull the archers even further back away. Set them to fire at will. Alright, let's go. Wait, you'll be watching my career with great interest. I don't think it was a good ruler who said that, though, right? That's bad. Wait, isn't that bad? Alright, archers. Time for y'all to do the meanest trick to be done in video games. Circling the archers behind. Something that couldn't reasonably be done in real conflicts, but holy shit is it fun in video games. It appears to be truly over for Helldivers. Oh no, did something new happen? I'm on fire. God, I love that. Push in! God, food is still going absolute trash. I got buy restricted. It got buy restricted in all countries that can't make... Oh, fully buy restricted, yeah. I knew there were a bunch of countries that were going to get hit hard with the change because they can't do PSN. But if they're like being like even fully prevented from the purchase in those countries, then that's like... Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Yay! We did it! Huzzah! Alright, thanks y'all. Easy fight, hell yeah. We are gathering infinite berries, right? So how much? Yeah, not a lot of personal wealth. Shit! Well, good defense at least. Good defense. Oh, those families that just lost people in that conflict are now aggressively repopulating, it seems. What is this? Bodies need burial. Yeah, don't we have someone? Yeah, we got someone assigned to the corpse pit. Oh, they were fine. We got someone assigned to the church as well, right? Yeah, we can handle corpses. It is good. Everything's good. Yeah, I think maybe what happened is I just explosively grew my village much quicker than I was explosively growing my food production. So I'm just in a bit of a catch-up phase of just being desperately on the edge of food until we get ahead with something. Hopefully, growing the wheat, grinding it, and then producing bread will give us a sudden influx that'll get us far enough ahead that we can start getting people happy enough to start upgrading our housing, to get more income, to buy more vegetable and chicken farms, to get even more food going. Essentially, we just need to get into the winning cycle. And thank you, Little Pink, for 3 years, 7 days, and 19 hours, my guy. Fucking great. No months in that count, too. That's weird. I love it. Aggressively repopulating. Exactly. The best way to repopulate. So wait, what are we... So we're still doing the plowing. Haven't even gotten to the planting. Got it. We also have no additional housing, so we're not going to grow anymore. And I think that's fine. That's fine until we can resolve food. We do need someone ready to do shoes, I think. But we don't have enough workers for it, actually. At least not right now. Do I build, like, a whole nother forager hut? Because, like, they don't seem to be foraging super quickly. I mean, we're in summer, right? And we're only like 30 units down on it. I guess we'll check again in autumn, probably. We're in the first month of summer. So maybe they'll produce that even faster. But like, if we're not getting anywhere near the bottom of our berry deposit but before the end of the year, then I think we just need faster foraging going on. So are y'all gonna complete plowing before the end of this season? Oh wait, or is this not seasonal? Is this they keep going until they finished all the plowing and then they'll do planting and then they'll do growing and then they'll do... So wait, is this too big for 2 families to get ready in time to get any harvesting done? I might have done that. I might have pulled that off, that mistake. We'll see. So we'll have to pull a family from somewhere that isn't based on food. I know where we can pull someone from right now. We do not need tiles. We can't sell our tiles yet. So no reason with that. Eric, I dropped a screenshot of a commando command run on stage 8. All right, 1 second. What do we got? What do we got? All right, we've got 10 fuel cells, 10 teddy bears, 10 goat hooves, 5 ukes, that's nice, 9 crit items, 10 bleed, Jesus. Yeah, that is that a shatter splint? Yeah, that seems like a pretty solid build. I've once gotten shatter spleen with full crit chance. And that was, I think, the one time I've beaten the Michelin Man so far. I also had like a lot of like life drain shit to be helpful, but that was the build that did it for me the first time. What was he missing? Heavy plow enables the employee of oxen at the farmhouse for significantly faster plowing of large fields. Gotcha. Yeah, no double bleed. I know. So we are in... So June, July is the 2nd month of summer. So we're in the 2nd month and we've almost finished plowing. To be fair, I didn't upgrade to 3 families until just now. Then do y'all immediately start in? Yeah, they immediately start in on this. So that is not like... They'll do as much plowing as they can, then they'll do as much planting as they can, then they do as much. They do it until it's done, then they start on the next step. Now, it could be one of these steps, like I think this step might just be a timing thing, like just letting crops growth. But if the first steps are we have to get completed as soon as possible, like get that done in spring so that growth happens over summer, then it could be we need 3 or more families from the very beginning. There's obviously also the tech to make plowing faster, but that's just not something I can do. I do not have additional tech points I can make use of. Our food is also looking somewhat stable. Not the best, but, you know, not desperate, so that's good. Okay, it looks like we have finished sowing pretty much, and now we just allow growing. Yeah, so crops want to grow over summer, and then you want to do... Wait, harvesting, plowing, and sowing in autumn. Oh, so they can do the plowing in autumn. Okay. So it was just a weird season time, I think, for us to get this built the first time in. Okay. Oh shit, what just happened? Ooh, berries be poppin'. How's our deposit looking then? Yeah, we're about halfway once we've gotten to autumn. We could still keep harvesting. So I think fully occupied forager is going to just get through our full berry deposit before winter. Burn field. Forcer. Ignore harvesting, see if harvest immediately. We need a minimum of 15% to do that. Okay. So we want to force harvesting by November, I think. We'll definitely be at 15 by November. August, September, October, November. Yeah. But I think we're definitely going to do a force early harvesting. Four harvester scythes equals 20 health per hit. Ooh, fuck yeah, little thing. Did it over a lot later stuff I would probably redo. Wouldn't go for death mark, instead get more guillotines early. God, 100% guillotine has to be fucking fun. Still in September, so we still have October, November. I don't think we're going to get super high in crop growth, but we're definitely going to get some. And then if we see them doing plowing immediately after, like into winter, that could mean we're set up a much better for the following season. We are starting to get a fuel problem now, I'm seeing, though. We'll see. We'll see if grains get us fully ahead of things. I stop at 10. You get some really bad diminishing returns past 7 or 8. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, there we go. We got over 15, which means we add another vegetable farm. Yeah, berries are doing okay now. I definitely think starting up the dye works was pretty harsh, but also just the fact that at 4 berry harvesters, we're still not, I think, going to beat. We've got, what, 2 more months to try to beat out the deposit, and I think we'll barely do it. So we do want to keep fully employed foragers. Hey, where's the thing? Are they not harvesting? I went through all the effort to make this. What's happening? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, talking about guillotine. I stop at 10, you get some bid. I just would love... You can't get 100% guillotine. Oh! So, do you know how that math works then on that? Like, what happened? What is your percentage execute at 10 guillotines? Like, at one point, is it... I thought it added 10% each time. At what point... Or is it diminishing each time? So, what's the difference between 1 and 2? About half. Huh. What happens at 20 guillotines? What about 100 guillotines? Sorry, that's just something I'm real interested in. That's fucking hilarious. It definitely seems like I almost want those charcoal pits, but I don't know what tech I would have given up to get them. This is something that's very interesting. It's very clear this game really wants you from as early as possible going for area claims, I'd say. In order to get, like, different regions having different tech layouts, essentially. Iron rich, also berry rich. So we would have 2 berry, but I'd really rather take one of the areas that are directly along the roadway. So I can claim this using influence. You know, I want to try it out. Maybe not. Maybe I'll check in on my military before I do that. Yeah, I think I want my military to recover somewhat from the last fight they had before I push things up and try to start picking a fight with that dude who had like 2 full sword units that I don't know how I'd fare against. So are we not gonna harvest any wheat? Like, did this swap over to being a fallow year for some reason? I'm a little concerned. Food is definitely recovering aggressively. How are berries now that it's November? Yeah, we've got them depleted. All right, so 4 does get us to the end of berries by November. Do I unassign people from the farm? I think I'm going to leave them assigned for now. Just to see what happens in winter here, essentially. Could put one more person on the woodcutter. I don't take them from the farm. Alright, we'll take them from the windmill. We don't have grain. We're not going to have grain. So we'll take one from the windmill, put them on the woodcutters, try to get our fuel a little more on hand. Food is now doing a bit of a surplus for us. Not perfect, obviously, but for the places right next to the market, we can start pushing some upgrades. Oh shit, but that means we need to unassign people from jobs. We don't need clay anymore at all, so we'll take you from there. Alright, let's expand a couple of these to higher level houses to increase our regional wealth. More veggies, please. These last 2, I think I'm going to save up till things get crazy so we can try to go for some orchards. Guillotine is worse with the DLC because the DLC adds a bunch of smaller, low-health enemies while also adding a lot more ways to amp damage. Guillotine would be massive overkill in that environment, but without the DLC, you kind of need it for the bigger elite enemies, especially elite bosses. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I'm a little sad you can't hit 100% execute on elites, though, because that to me sounds like the funniest shit ever. So, in order to press into here, we'd what? Have to take on the brigands? Can I know what a brigand's strength value is before marching in? You know what? Fuck it. It's winter. It's the season of death. The time has come to march. Everyone loves marching in winter. No, don't run. Please don't run. Don't fucking kill your morale that willingly. Okay, so we'll set up spears like this, archers right behind. There we go. We'll see if we can clear out these brigands and then afterwards try to claim this area. We'll see. We'll see how that all like works. All right, I'm seeing a 16 clubs. But is that it? All right. Let them approach. Wonder if our archers will kill. Wait, they were 18. They're already at 16? Hold up. That can't be right. Alright, dealing with brigands seems to be relatively easy. Hell yeah. Hey, fucking victory. Alright, let's get out here and, I don't know, finish off the camp? Hey! New message. What is this? When searching through the enemy's belongings, you find a stash of goods. They can be sent to your people who surely need them, though it is your right to keep it. Send the resources to the nearest town. Yeah, let's send it to the town. Hold! Alright. So, noted for all future runs, if you get like one full unit of spears and archers up, which is definitely more than enough to deal with any one group of bandits, you can get 200 wealth. So, always be constantly attacking bandit camps. Oh my god, there's another one right there. Am I about to What's about to happen? What's about to happen? Yeah, bandits, worthwhile to bandits, fucking insanely powerful. Alright, y'all. Go after bandits. Just do it. Just go after bandits. It will resolve all of your financial worries forever. Oh, hey, y'all, can we get, oh, we would need orchardry. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Okay, well, here's some veggies. Here's some veggies. Congrats, we now have all of our long plots doing that. Hey, y'all, you mind making, shoes? Nice, thank you, cool. Anything else we really need to make? We can make ale from malt. We don't really have malt, though, so I think that's fine. We already have those handled. We can make a tailor shop. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, we'll, do that. So, gambesons, cloaks will need yarn and dye. You will need linens. Okay, so we can't do anything from leathers. Oof. So we'll need linens no matter what. Which we need flax. Alright, so first things first, this farm will need to go to flax. Yeah, so we fallow wheat flax. Not gonna produce a lot. But that'll only get us linens. We'll swap to this for now. Coolio. Even more food production to cover all that. And, oh, right, that means we only have, like, 600 wealth. to share around. So we're going to buy every fucking trade route we want. Cool. Going to establish this trade route. We're just going to export down to our target of, I think, just 25 on hand. That's nice. That's good. Cool. Cool. Other trade routes for other goods that we produce a ton of but don't need a ton of. So here, all right, I wanted to sell off hide, so we'll buy this. Establish trade route. Export, we only need like 50 on these. Also made a bunch of shield types I don't use for anything, because we're going to keep with the large shield, so we're going to buy the small shields one. Export, we don't need any of these, so we'll just sell them all off. Nice, 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 nice. That's good, that's good. Oh yeah, now that's a huge amount of our wealth gone, so we'll just sit on that for a bit. So we have wealth in hand to upgrade anything else that we want to upgrade. I'm gonna buy one thing of goats. I'm sorry, I just find the goats adorable. Well, shit. That fundamentally changed things for me, didn't it? Yeah, I know. All right. Okay, do I want to... Where was the cobbler? Cobbler. What do you use? Do you just use leather for shoes? Why don't you tell me what you use to make shoes? Alright, I need to fucking... Buildings? Tannery? No, where's cobbler? Logging, field trade, management, pastures, hunting. Are you not going to break this down by cobbler for me to actually look at apiary, malt house? Yeah, it looks like it's not on that. Oh, wait, here we go. Upgrades. Chicken coop. Produces shoes. Alright, just what? Leather. Okay, we produce tons of leather. Shoes should be easy then. Yeah, we're already starting to produce shoes, which means you should have everything except for tavern done. Which means if we make one place that produces ale from malt, and we do a trade for malts. Can we, wait, can we trade for malt? Can we not trade for already made malt? Crafting. There we go, malt. We'll buy trade route. We're going to import malt up to 20. That should make ale. And then once we have a surplus of ale, we can assign someone here and we'll have tavern. We'll be able to go up to tier 3 and we'll get a new tech point. Yes! This is how we prevent a middle class from forming. No, look, we're building up industries where this is tactically helping us eventually get to the middle class. I think, you know. Unburied bodies. Oh, do we still got those? No, it looks like we cleared that out. Hunger. Oh, shit. Yeah, a bit of hunger.
Come along, lad.
Hell yeah. We're starting to get everything up and running. Everything's going. All we needed was a sudden influx of hundreds of dollars. from eliminating bandits. But since we did the fight, we're also not gonna press our claim. We're low on food. Our military needs time to, like, reestablish itself. We're prepping for expansion. I do need someone building these. Where should I pull them from? I think we've managed all the corpses, so maybe we have the gravedigger go work construction for a bit. Wait, didn't I unassign him from someone from here? We're gonna pull this down since it's winter. We are going to want them, but we'll pull it down for winter. No, I don't think that's quite comparable there, Little Pink. I would fundamentally disagree with us wiping out actual bandits with expelling people and seizing their property. I think those are mildly different situations. Equally as direct, though. I think you're right. I think those are equally as direct approaches. Here's the plan. There are bandits that steal from the merchant class that we put down the bandits and take all their money. Okay. But they don't steal just from the middle class. In fact, they're probably not stealing from the merchant class mostly because the merchant class are the ones who are paying for guards on the trade routes. We haven't had any of our trade disrupted. We've had our food and other goods stolen by bandits. So the bandits are invading the villages and taking from the poor. You know, you see, they're taking their goods and creating wealth out of those goods. Same thing that, like... You know, it's the same concept behind piracy. Who's losing the most when a pirate attacks a ship? Is it the company that owns the ship and the products on board? Not really. Most of that's insured. It's gonna be the people who are producing and trying to sell the goods, or the people who are working the ship that are losing out the most. For example, the captain has a share in the goods, which is why a reason a captain tends to have a different incentive than the sailors. But then the sailors are also the ones generally getting killed defending the goods. It comes down to a very interesting thing that rich people are very good at insuring themselves against losses and putting it onto the backs of other people in order to cover those losses. Who loses out? I guess insurance companies in the short term. And whoever has to reinsure the banking systems or those insurance companies more properly. Alright, did we finish all the construction? Looks like we did. Oh, what's this? Expand living space. Oh, does that get rid of... So we can either do a construction plot or expand the living space. Interesting. I didn't know we could just expand the living space like that. Okay, we need to start pulling people to be ready for foraging so we don't fall behind on food. Oh, also people are sad. Do we just drop off all our taxes at this point to try to get more people coming in? Yep. No taxes. Everybody move here, please. Are we doing fallow again? I thought we just did fallow. I am much confused. We don't need the double bloomery anymore, so we'll pull one of y'all, get y'all, forager, fully equipped. Hell yeah. Actually, the piracy crews often didn't do that badly as long as the captain elected to surrender. The main people who were harmed are the people receiving the goods, mostly colony merchants, whoever's holding the bag on the insurance. Fair enough. But I do imagine there was some level of governmental insurance occurring as well. Like, there'd be official insurance companies, but with anything as integral to, like, a society's running as the level of Caribbean trade was, I think, unfortunately, you would need the government providing some level of insurance. Like, think how the U.S. government insures all banks within the U.S. at this stage, so that when banks are going under, the government will buy the bank, you know? and will insure up to a certain amount of people's money, you need that level of guarantee from the government itself in order for people to feel secure enough to perform certain basic economic tasks like that. So ultimately, in those cases, really who's insuring them is not the actual insurance company. The insurance company only insures so far as they can profit from insuring. What actually happens is generally the government's having to perform some level of tax support. I know FDIC doesn't happen until the 20th century. I know. What I'm saying is there's almost always, in those situations, a way that risk is pushed off onto the government at large, and therefore is technically more so covered by tax collectors than the actual insurance company. You do not form a concept of insurance like we saw with the stock trades and the massive industries that were running those merchant navies during the period of mercantilism, especially with Caribbean trade and New World trade, unless there is some guarantee of profit and some level of government insurance. We are in the emergence of free market capitalism. There are provisions, I remember, to limit shipping liability. Yeah, it's just a thing where someone running at that scale will always have a level of governmental insurance applied to them. Even if it's not literally cash in hand, essentially there will always be a concept that if we are under enough threat, the government's military will provide assistance for this to make sure trade is not interrupted and goods do not go to a high enough cost that causes turmoil within the country at large. Just because the scale of New World trade was so integral to the markets of the nations of Britain, Spain, Portugal, I think there had to be some level of, at minimum, unofficial, if not official, insurance provided by the government at large to those trading lanes. So there's always going to be some sense of the liability will never be fully held by any private company. There will always need to be some level of taxpayers' insurance covering that. Simply because if the food prices go crazy, people are upset, and government do not like that. I mean, yeah, that was the big thing before World War II, right? Because it was after World War II that U.S. emerged as, like, hegemonic controller. Until that point, aggressive mercantilist protectionism, I believe, was the default. Every nation basically trying to drive up the prices of foreign goods, drive down the prices of domestic goods in order to maintain a happy producing merchant class within the domestic realm. Obviously, that gets changed somewhat when you start developing a colonial power system, but it's still something in that area where you're trying to make sure your personal production is kept as cheap and profitable as possible, and trying to drive out domestic actors. And domestic actors is technically, like, foreign or domestic actors is going to include banditry, piracy, or anything in that realm. I mean, maybe not food, but certainly rum, sugars, spices, alcohols of many different forms were being shipped from not just the Caribbean, but India as well. I mean, that's where the idea of the IPA comes in. A particularly hoppy drink that was actually made hoppier than almost all other boozes so it could survive the long journey. You can include textiles, which is the basic needs for producing clothing for your people, along with other construction goods like woods and the like. I'm just saying there's always going to be some level of liability that is placed upon the government itself and therefore the taxpayer in any area of piracy, banditry, theft that is occurring along merchant lines. That will never be considered 100% the merchant's responsibility. Anytime you're seeing something that is considered 100% the merchant's responsibility is going to be more so in systems of feudalism or maybe international companies where the merchant is considered external of the nation entirely, and therefore their full loss and no longer providing their merchant services of being able to move goods from surplus areas to deficit areas is not considered a requirement. A lot of trading companies were also funded by a corporation. True. And then also one of the big things that established a lot of the major corporations in the New World were, of course, the monarchical monopolies. And that's another way there's a level of liability being adopted by the government. By the monarch providing a monopoly to a corporation, they do insure them against local competition, domestic competition. So while you might not say that the king cracking down on local textile producers, ensuring that your textiles are worth more, is technically insurance against piracy, it is a system of ensuring your profiteering that then allows you to move some of your resources into preventing piracy. So it's a very indirect system. I'm just saying the total math of it will always come out to the government adopting a surprisingly large amount of the insurance liability on any merchant class that they wish to foster and don't consider external to the operations of the state as a whole. Oh, yeah, and then if you look at the fucking East Indian Trading Company and the scale it got up to, that is where things start to develop a little differently. Of course, that's when you start getting into the concept of, like, spheres of power and what fundamentally is a state or a corporation. Because, is this the right speech to be having? I'm willing to talk more about, like, how state power and corporate power are organized. And it's very interesting with this, little sleepy medieval village backdrop, but I don't know if I'm horribly displacing y'all's enjoyment of what? Fire broke out. Wait, then what do we do? Do I need... What? Do I need, like, a builder to, like, be on fire team, or... Is it just we need, like, water available, or... Okay, we're good. Alright, I was afraid that was about to burn through everything. Holy shit! I don't know, Little Pink, do you want me to go off on the organization of state and corporate power? I'm willing to do that discussion if that's not going to be a turnoff for everybody in chat. Because it is airing very close to the side of politics discussion, though I'm certain I can discuss it in a way that it doesn't quite cross the line into an official discussion of, look, I'm gonna like it. Alright, fair enough. Then we will get into it. So, as many people know, power is important in the world, and there are many different spheres of power that exist. One of the ones people are most familiar with, as it's kind of the foundation of, like, modern society. There's definitely points in time where it doesn't quite organize like this, but it's gonna be one that is fundamentally how humans have generally organized themselves. And that is into what I'll call the two major spheres of power, which are state power and corporate power. Now, there are other spheres that are also important. What would be the full organization of someone's life can be kind of separated into, I think it's 3 specific groups. The political, the professional, and the private. And the other way to think of these are your job, society as a whole, and your friends and family. So the political, the professional, and the personal. Or interpersonal, technically, but yada yada yada. And the state has a monopoly on violence in society. The state is a state if it has a monopoly on violence in society. There are ways it can be organized where it no longer has that monopoly, but generally when that happens is, for example, when you start getting revolutions, company towns, yada yada. There are exceptions to that, but I do agree a state is only technically a state when it has that monopoly of violence. But we're not even getting into monopoly of violence as using that to define what power is. We can do that. Power is only power if you can enforce it, and the only real way to enforce power on people is technically through violence. There's a lot of different forms violence can take. Violence doesn't have to be the direct application of violent force on someone, but it's the most guaranteed way. If someone refuses to cooperate, the only option you're technically left with is, of course, a forceful, violent one. Because of that, that's always going to be sort of the go-to example and concept of what power is violence, because that's the way you generally have to operate with it. Yeah, being arrested is a form of violence. Having to pay a form is a form of violence. But I think the best way to really display the edge cases is actually go away from the state or even the corporate levels of power and looking at interpersonal. A parent telling you you have to clean your room is technically a form of violence. It is the imposition of their authority over you. Now, they can do this in many ways. They can do it through what would almost be like an appeal of authority, explaining to you why it's important for your room to be clean, making the, argument for it is still them imposing their will on you, which is why it can be technically defined as violence. It could also be, beating a child is a very obvious form of violence, or just they love you and making use of that love to get you to act in a way you don't want to is, again, them imposing a form of power over you, so you can define it as violence. Linguistically, it's weird. I 100% do need to state that right now. Linguistically, it's weird where you want to draw the line of violence, but at the most core, it's essentially imposing your will, authority, or power over someone in any way they do not wish for it to be imposed, or any way you can sort of engage in it. Yeah, the point is violence, academically speaking, isn't just performing a violent act on someone. Hey, son, how you doing? We're talking about spheres of power in society. I hope you're ready. So, looking at that, now we can discuss essentially what a state is. As Little Pink has already stated, a state is the force that has a monopoly on violence. But if we look at the world, who has a monopoly on violence? No one. No group of people has an actual monopoly on violence. So ultimately, for us looking at organizing spheres of power, does the US has a monopoly on violence? Really? Really? So that's why what's going on in Russia and Ukraine is going on right now, right, Little Pink? Is because the US has a monopoly on violence. That's why China has been doing what it's been doing to Tibet and other neighboring regions, because the US has a monopoly on violence. That's why Africa has the many different warlord regions going on, because the US has a monopoly on violence. Currently, for the modern world's levels of violence, power, and resources, the U.S. allows them to commit their violence. Allows? The U.S. spends more than the next 8 different states in the world on their military. Yeah, I get you're kidding around, but it is a good example. The truth is, the world is too large. The resource requirement for a single state would be impossible. So there is no single state. Therefore, just the very, very simple definition of a state is the group with the monopoly of power will never work for our modern understanding of the world, and would not have worked for any previous understanding of the world. There is no way for there to be one state, since there is no way for one group to have the monopoly of power. If there ever is a single group that has a full monopoly on violence, that would be, you would suddenly have a one-state world. We don't have a one-state world. There are many states in our world. So the better definition for us to use for our modern understanding of the world is that the state is the group with the monopoly of power over a region. So we need to say a state specifically has borders, a region it controls, and its control is its monopoly of power within that region. Power generally will take the form of violence. There's other type of powers that also exist, but the imposition of those powers will be academically defined as violence. So monopoly of power equals monopoly of violence. I just find linguistically it feels better to say monopoly of power. So a state has a region that it has a monopoly of power over. So what is a corporation then? Corporations seem to have, the monopoly of power within their corporate sphere, right? Authority also works. Definitely authority. I like power, but I can definitely see the appeal of going with authority for the definer. The thing to remember is that a corporation never begins in isolation. Even when you look at the East Indian Trading Company that had its own military, its own trade routes, regions that were essentially its own island nations that it controlled without oversight of the British government, it did not form those in isolation. It was provided monopolies and support from the state itself. So state power enforced its creation in a way. But why does that happen? Because while corporations can develop monopolies of authority, power, violence in different areas, that's not fundamentally what a corporation is. While a state is the regional monopoly holder of power, a corporation is something that is created or supported by a state to manage its resources or services, essentially. And the reason I'm being very specific with my language here is I would define a bureau within a state. For example, FBI, CIA, Food and Drug Association. Any of these are still things. For now, we'll go with the vague term of things. I'll call them corporations later on, but are still things created by the state to manage services or resources. They are given power by the state to function, essentially, but their function is to serve the state as a manager of those resources. Whether that is they are farms, a corporate farm, is producing food for the state, so it is managing the land resources to produce something, or it is the Food and Drug Association, which is establishing the rules to make sure the food is safe and proper for people to eat. They're still managing it, but managing on a different level. All of these would fall within the power balance of a corporation. So a corporation isn't fundamentally about its power. They always will gain significant levels of power, violence, authority over resources, regions that they're managing, but this is entirely because they have been provided and supported to establish those power frameworks by the state that is absolute power. The quickest way to give the example here is imagine a regional McDonald's. Obviously McDonald's has its whole thing where each McDonald's listens to corporate McDonald's, but we'll just, for scale's sake, say the local McDonald's in your town or neighborhood. If tomorrow the US government rolled up one Abrams tank and 12 soldiers with rifles, there is nothing that fucking McDonald's would ever be able to do to prevent the government from telling them, we own all of the hamburgers you have made today, hand them over. That is just kind of the quickest way to really display the difference in concept between what state power and what corporate power are. Now, that is honestly a very interesting idea to really just state that corporations are things the state uses to manage resources and are not entities that are considered severed from the state. Because there tends to be this almost internalized idea, especially within the modern capitalist framework, that a corporation is something that can be severed from the state. You can look to ideas like anarchy and libertarianism, which almost seem to support this idea that a corporation is able to be separated from the state. But this tends to be an oversight in certain ways. The best historical example I can provide are the corporate towns that were established during the westward expansion in America, particularly along the railroad tracks. Essentially, while the railroads were being made, those companies were given full legal control of the land immediately next to the rail lines. So they essentially had full legal control over all of the towns that cropped up at railroad stations and along the rail lines. And because of that, they operated as the governing force over them. They made the laws, decided everything that happened with them, and began to operate in a very state-like manner at that point. Normally, a corporation doesn't create a law. What's the best way to phrase this? The way you can start to separate a state from a corporation that has a lot of power is states. You need a state in order to create something that's known as a consensual law. Consensual law is an interesting idea that didn't even crop up in a lot of early states. And in fact, the most recent example in American, that's where I'm from, so that's where my general understanding comes from, is the idea of the war on drugs. This idea that someone can have a product, crack, cocaine, heroin, weed, drug of your choice, alcohol, anything, and there can be another person who consensually wants to consume, even understanding the negative side effects of it, and that the state can determine that in spite of that consensual interaction, it is still against the law. Corporations, even in corporate towns and the like, will basically never develop that concept of consensual crime. Example, if Amazon, buys your information and finds out that you are a big fan of weed in a state that is illegal to buy and sell weed, has no incentive to report you to the government, and generally doesn't want you to be arrested. The only reason they want that information is to now sell you t-shirts with weed leaves on them. And this is because of the basic concept of incentives. A corporation, by being a managerial system based around resources, is founded on a different principle than what a state is founded on. Because while a state is defined as the regional monopoly holder of power, that is not what founds a state. You don't create a monopoly of power and then say, well, let's be a state. The reason a state is formed is a group of people gather together and decide that they want to collectively work to better all of their lives. Whether we look back at feudalism, city-states, further back to hunter-gatherer societies, forward to whatever it is, a state is formed when a group of people collectively decide to organize to create a better life for all of them. Now, this ends up in different forms, different displays of this idea, but essentially that is the founding principle of a state. Its goal in being founded is to better the life of everybody within that state through different means and ways. Meanwhile, a corporation is founded under fundamentally different principles. A corporation is not meant to better the lives of those within the corporation. And some people might make the mistake of doing the eat the rich mentality of saying, yeah, it's just for the owners. It's not even just for the owners, really, if you think about it. While the owners will always benefit from the incentive program of a corporation's founding principle is the betterment of the corporation. This will oftentimes benefit the owners, but there are many famous examples of owners or CEOs behaving in a way that became a threat to the corporation's security or profitability or future prospects, to the stage that they were removed. A corporation will remove owners, controllers, CEOs, or any other major beneficiary of them if they are a threat to the corporation itself. A corporation's incentive is the betterment of the corporation, not of any of the people who own, run, or operate it. Because the corporation is founded by the state to manage the resources, its goal is to do its job well, and it has no other inherent incentives. Now, people who find corporations can bring in their own personal incentives and start influencing it in one direction or another to fulfill a personal wish, but for how one is fundamentally laid out, that's sort of what happens there. And that leads to a very fun, quirky interaction between corporations and the state. A corporation is founded by the state to help them manage resources because the state wants to make everyone within the state's lives better. However, making everyone in the state's lives better is not the goal of the corporation. So the corporation may lay off people, manage resources in a way that is better for the corporation but not for the state, might start performing many different actions that would seem counterintuitive to what the state would want for the betterment of the corporation. And you might start to wonder, well, why though? Wouldn't a corporation generally have better results if it did make the lives of its workers better, make them happier? Technically, yes, but there is an efficiency problem here. The best example I can give to start to make this more obvious is there is a type of bird that exists that builds its nests on the ground. And their basic mating ritual is they make a very pretty nest and try to attract the female birds to come check out their nest. And if they have the prettiest nest of anyone around, then they win. What this means is many of the male birds also engage in a second behavior, going around and destroying competitors' nests. And the truth is, the time committed to destroying someone's nest is always going to be more efficient than the time spent making your nest prettier. But you always need a minimum amount of time for your nest to be pretty enough to work. But any time over that, you want to commit to the more efficient option of destroying others' nests. And corporations have that same sort of thinking. It's always more efficient for a corporation to behave in hyper-competitive means, cutting people's salaries, laying off workers, benefiting very specific groups to keep the corporation's line going up. But in a normal, unaffected system, they would still need to fulfill the minimum happiness for all the people within their sphere of power. Except, corporations don't control the sphere of power. The state does. And the state maintains a minimum happiness for people. The state will set up systems, like Social Security, any other basic systems, to maintain the minimum happiness for all of the citizens within the state. And since the corporation operates within that system, corporations can often and do often simply write off that minimum happiness to the state itself and just focus entirely on the efficiency building, which is where you will see corporations just doing horrible shit to employees and the like, because they can rely on the state to meet the minimum needs to maintain minimum required happiness to function. Which is where you can get into some very interesting ideas. So if you suddenly remove the state, what happens with corporations? Does their behavior fundamentally change? I would say over time it would. Hey, Avelki, how you doing? Sorry, you've caught me just going off and chatting with Little Pink a little bit, I guess. What were you saying? Libertarians neglect the obvious result in removing all function of the government, which is that of those power who've been absorbed by the private sector. Yeah, once the power gets absorbed entirely into the private sector, what happens is going to be hyper competition until the point that they realize no one is now meeting the minimum happiness of the people. Then the first corporation to start doling out minimum happiness will start to create a monopoly of people support and will then outcompete any other corporations who are over committing to the efficiency hyper competitiveness, essentially. It's a system that'll eventually correct itself into there now becoming a state who controls all the other corporations again. It's a lot of incentives that will lead themselves almost always to a very similar outcome. And then you have feudalism, not necessarily feudalism, and then you just basically go back to a state controlling the corporations beneath it. What was Milk up to, Avelki? I think I saw he was doing some Lies of P at one point. How are we doing? Oh, food is pretty fucking low. Why is food low? I've added more food production. Oh, I've got more workers. Shit! So we're fully producing food and fuel here. Fully producing food here. We could go back to doing some clay stuff. I can't do dyes if we're low on food, because that means we're consuming our berries too rapidly. Because we can get one person in on the windmill. I don't know if we're importing malts yet, but if we are, we might not be based on our regional wealth. I might need more people assigned to the trading post to help it run more efficiently. Oh, roof tiles are down to 25. How is this? Did we finally get rid of all our small shields? We did! Hell yeah. Cool. We only need... Oh, I'm out of the money I would need to start... Are there any bandit camps nearby that we could go wipe out and rob? Hey, bandit camp. Alright, let's go rob a bandit camp. There we go. Don't be a libertarian, you are dumb. I understand the instinctual incentive that is behind libertarian. I feel like modern, particularly American libertarian, has gotten itself trapped in a essentially most extreme option fallacy, essentially. I agree with the instinct to make a governing body's control and power as small as possible. I'm an American. I like dividing up the power between a bunch of different checks and balances. However, modern American libertarians seem to fall into the belief that as small as possible means as small as you can possibly craft a governing power, and not as small as the state can possibly be to still support its functions. Honestly, most libertarians are not actually libertarians. They are Christian nationalists. I think there's been a very large amount of what would be anarcho-capitalism as essentially the idea that has started to dominate libertarianism in modern American era, at least. And it's something that leads to this idea that we just eliminate governing power entirely and not limit the extent of it. The same instinct can lead you to the simple idea that, oh god, I'm forgetting the name of it. What was the act right after 9/11? The Patriot Act. The belief that the government doesn't need the powers that the Patriot Act provides to it is an idea that the government should be smaller or weaker than it's trying to be. And that's I think a fine normal instinct to feel. But there's times where it gets taken to an extent where, well, we just don't need any government oversight. And it's like, you might be taking this concept just a smidge too far here, okay? I think let's take that and let's walk that back a little bit, please. Let people that ruin everyone's lives for personal gain are given the chance to do that. Yeah, it runs into a problem. It's instinctually, I think it's that it hits as instinctually correct. You don't want people holding a monopoly of power over you. I think is an absolute 100% instinctual thing that a majority of people can agree with. You don't like the state holding a monopoly of power over you, and you want to reduce that monopoly of power to provide you with as many freedoms as you can have. The problem is there's always going to be there's this weird difference in definition in where I think as small as possible is as small as possible to still achieve all of its necessary roles. And a lot of people, particularly within that movement, think as small as possible is as small as you can possibly make it be, which is just fundamentally different and is going to lead to... Oh, they already... Hold on, y'all already dead? Oh shit, wait, these bands get wiped out at some point? No one took their cash? Yeah, I'm in favor of removing the surveillance state, lowering the power of police in favor of other systems that can achieve similar outcomes. Yeah, listen, and those are all technically like would fall within the libertarian instinct of as small as possible. You're just always going to run into an issue that different people are going to have different definitions of what as possible means. And that's where I generally think a lot of the real issue actually crops up there. Okay, so we now have that income, so we're going to use that to buy... No, it wasn't enough! Alright, is there any other trade routes we can afford that I like? Oh, shit! Wait, we have flour? Wait, hold up. We got flour. We got flour. Shit, I need someone cooking. Hold on, I need to cook. All of you, shut up. I need to cook. Jesse. Jesse, we gotta cook. Where do I cook bread? Where do I take people from to cook more bread? Can't take them from food. Do we take them from forestry? Alright, fuck it. We gotta take them from forestry. Hell yeah. That's pretty much where I am. Keep the governing bodies in check, but there still needs to be rule of law. Yeah. I think what's always been, like, the funniest shit for me is there are times when I listen to, like, people who are running as a Libertarian Party member, like they're running for president or whatever during certain years, and they'll be like, yeah, we need to reduce the size, we need to make things more transparent, visible, there's certain things, there's powers that are obviously overreaching, and it's like, yeah, 100%. And that's why we need to remove the educational, the Department of Education from the government's, No! You're so close. Where did the government shouldn't overreach cross into? One of the areas they overreach is establishing public schools. There are many places the government overreaches. You can't say the fundamental concept of public education. There are areas within that you could say they overreach, but you can't say. You could say within this department, I feel like these actions are overreaches. And in general, you're going to have a lot of good points if you say there are areas within this realm they're overreaching. But as soon as you say the entire realm exists as an overreach is when you're always going to be going too far on a concept. No, Avelki! Avelki, can you rewind? Avelki, you could go back of the VOD. Go back of the VOD. Most basic premise is it's one thing for a libertarian candidate to jump up and say, I think the government's overreaching in realms of public education, than for them to go and say, so we need to remove the Board of Education. Or the fuck, no, what is it? It's, the Department of Education entirely from the government. It's like, listen, create rules for the overreach. Don't remove the department entirely, you dumbass. I'm so sad we're so dependent on berries still. I think, are we producing? Because I think it said we had grain? Wait, where does grain go? Yeah, we had grain. Did we lose all our grain? I thought we had grain. Maybe I'm going insane. Maybe I didn't see that right. Shit. I'm sorry, did we just lose all of our money? Or are we getting malt? Is that what's happening? I think we just bought a ton of malt, which is fucking cool, because now we're gonna have booze, and let me tell y'all, big supporter of us having a lot of booze. Okay, we're gonna get chicken coops. Just chicken coops for days. Gotta cover all those food needs. Yeah. So, I think that's something I'll fully come out and just, like, reveal my biases to y'all. I am what I call a knee-jerk libertarian. If I don't understand something that's happening, or if it's my first time hearing something, I'm always going to err on the side of, like, a liberty focus, you know? Like, my knee-jerk reaction to something like, for me to be in the winning example, like the Patriot Act, is going to be, maybe we don't need sweeping powers provided to y'all without oversight. Is going to be like my instinctual knee-jerk reaction to something. I'm very easily pulled away from that once I have a better understanding of something that's going on. I just want to make sure I'm calling that out, that I'm very much a knee-jerk reaction go in that direction. But also, I'm on the side of as small as possible means possible to still fulfill its functions, please. If you want to create greater restrictions on a department or something like that, I'm generally okay with imposing restrictions on them. As soon as people start calling for blanket removal of an entire department, that's generally where I'm going to be like, okay, that's, maybe think that through a little, a smidgen harder. I've played so little Manor Lords today. True enough, Avelki. I think it's just good to be able to, like, identify what your knee-jerk is. Get yourself, like, a good concept of where you're going to be instinctually pulled. That way you can know what your bias is going to be. Because I think everyone's instinctually pulled in some sort of a direction on anything that's like that. People can be instinctually pulled in many different directions. I think it's really good to figure out where your instincts go, and then what you need to know to better formulate a final, like, opinion from that point onward, you know? Something weird I want to see if I can do that I saw someone doing, where it was like, you make just enough room for one house, right? But then you, like, stretch it. Like, people were getting crazy shapes, right? To get these massive... Yeah, like this, you see? I'm gonna try this. And then they would use these giant plots like this for, like, vegetable farms that would essentially, like, produce a ton of free food over extended periods of time. I want to try this out and see if this might fix up my... I mean, we have everyone on firewood that we can have, right? Yeah, we're fully on firewood. I could build a second firewood cutter. And I'll order one up, I think. I don't know if we'll, like, send people to actually go work it, but I'll order one up just in case we are in a desperate need. Freedom first, but I respect the need for some form of authority, or else you just get something worse take its place. Yeah. Like, if someone says, hey, I think in these very specific fields, the Food and Drug Association is overstepping. That, I think, is a very, generally going to be a very reasonable approach, and maybe we need to create different, like, rules or restrictions on what they're able to do. But if you say, yeah, I think they're overreaching, so we should remove the Food and Drug Association. It's like... That's not how you limit that's not limiting something. That's blanket removal. Ah, man. So we'll see if we get enough food, but then, like, yeah, so there's, like, this giant plot out here. I think it produces a ton of food, you know? Oh, well. So now y'all have heard my spiel on spheres of power, and I guess my opinion on libertarianism specifically. Any further questions you have for me to get an idea of me as a person? Please nothing that'll prevent me from being a streamer in the future. I would appreciate that greatly. Oh, damn, we got lots of workers. Yeah, I guess I'm not taxing them at all. Yeah, people are too happy. Taxes. Y'all are too happy, so I'm imposing taxes. When are you gonna start doing debates? Fuck you, Gobtooth. Why are you even here? You're never here, Gobtooth. Did you just show up because you heard I was going off on shit? No, fuck you. Go back to the go hang out with fucking Lotus or Milk or something. Wait, let me go check the Discord. Yeah, you and Lotus, get the fuck out of here. No, I'm never gonna do fucking debates. God damn it. Yee! Hey, Limited Can, I guess they're trying to take my Nerf guns. Not touching that. Not touching that one. I'm sorry to hear that, Avelki. How are we doing? Are we finally going out of fallow? Like, what the fuck is happening? When are we going to this? So anyway, I'm gonna play the fighting game tournament tomorrow. Oh shit, what game, Little Pink? I'm sorry, I've never been big into the fighting games. I don't get them, but I fucking love watching people who really know what they're doing going absolutely apeshit in them. We are going to start fucking popping off for our level 2. How are we doing on level 3? I know we don't have... Oh shit, wait, did we get Tavern? We have Tavern. We also have a small surplus of fucking pottery shit. If we get finances, we can start pushing up to level 3. And if we get 3 houses up to level 3, we get another tech point. Beginners tournament, so it's not like prestigious or... Well, yeah, I got you, but like what game? Oh, damn, y'all already have all your needs fulfilled. Are we getting like really ahead of food all of a sudden? We have a massive berry influx. Like, obviously it's autumn, so we're getting to the point of all our berries being like fully distributed. Food isn't massively in influx. Well, I think we can assign one person to that. I want to get 2 people assigned, since we have all the extras, onto our different storage buildings to help all that move around a lot more easily. Starting to just kind of add in the Grand Blue Fantasy Rising. Alright. Is that a game you've been playing, like, quite a bit, or... Essentially, are you feeling competitive for this, or are you just going to the tournament for, like, all the social shit that's going on? Because I've never done, like, tournament stuff, but I can imagine going just to, like, hang out with people. That would definitely be cool. So we have 42 houses, but only 39, so we have a little bit more room for growth. I don't want to take that up to veggies. Let's see here. What is... How do I tell the level? That's being upgraded. Is that the level? So I want to find a bunch of ones, yeah? Start upgrading all of our ones so all of our houses start building some profit. Alright, that might have gotten through all of our major timbers, though. Been playing more or less daily for a few months now. Hell yeah, I want to make friends, do something in an organized setting. All-night tournaments, and one of the rules is that if you win a tournament, you can't enter it again. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I got you. That's real interesting. Oh, I think we need to start making sure we do have the pottery system set up, since we'll need that to upgrade houses. So we're going to start doing clay? Unless, do we have, like... Where does clay go? Clay? Because we have a... If we have a lot of clay saved... We don't have a lot of clay saved up. Yeah, so we'll have someone go to mining. Alright. So we're letting all this roll by, get set up. We're doing pretty okay. God, how long have I been streaming? Oh, I'm almost at the 4-hour mark. Hell yeah. I'm trying to remember who it was I was watching once, but I heard a recommendation that for streaming, the minimums that you want to hit if you're ever trying to push from hobbyist towards professional was like, at minimum, try to get 3 streams a week and get those to hit 4 hours, I think was like the rule of thumb they went for. And it was something about Twitch, like marking those out as being interesting for them, essentially. Like, that's them hitting what Twitch wants to see. We'll see if this suddenly produces just a ton more vegetables. I don't know. I find myself getting fucking exhausted sometimes at about the 2.5 hour mark. And I will almost always push myself to hit at least 3 hours on a majority of my streams. But I know if I've been doing like a lot of chatting with y'all, like, oh my god, the Risk of Rain stream where we had all those people from YouTube who came over and visited, and I was chatting with them constantly. Oh, fuck. Oh, geez, I was drained after that stream. I cannot imagine how exhausting it must be for, like, people who are dealing with, like, thousands of viewers and who are streaming for, like, 8 hours in a day. Just how much that's got to take out of you. But, you know, I imagine if you stream a lot for those durations of time, it does become easier and easier over time. Just sort of slowly getting used to it, you know? Some people thrive on it. True, but I think it eventually's got to be, like, even if it's something that you generally enjoy, doing it for that amount of time at that level is going to be exhausting, no matter how much you do enjoy it. I grew up a theater kid. I fucking love being entertaining, but there is an amount that it will absolutely knock you out. What are we doing? Oh, we're finally plowing. Oh, we're gonna have our first wheat harvest maybe this year. Yeah, we're in fall plowing now, so we'll get the plowing done before spring. They also sow. So I think this is gonna be our first time having like a committed season for growth finally. We'll get a third person in here, and hopefully we'll finish the plowing and some of the sowing before winter sets in. Because I would love for us to get, like, near maximum amount out of this. 10 hours a day, though, is burnout levels. It depends on how many days you're doing, I would say. But, yeah, any fucking crazy amount would be insane. Especially because anyone who's doing professionals gotta be doing... Though, probably you end up hiring people at this end, but, like, producing side content, editing VODs into clips, videos, shit like that, creating thumbnails, interacting with people like in Discords and chats, shit like that. There's just so many areas, I imagine, of just constant need to be engaging with shit that I'm always terrified trying to think of what are the different steps to go through to move from hobbyist content creator into professional. And it's like, God, there's so much that has to be hiring people. There's no way someone could manage, like, the professional requirements of all of it, you know? There's so much happens that is streaming, exactly. So I think we have one person tailoring, one person cobblerying. So I think we have one of almost everything. We could get the bakery, but I think I have the communal oven, right?
You'll not find finer wares anywhere else.
So that all should be good. So we just want to keep track of some places and hold on to cash so we can start getting our first level up. Though I imagine we're going to be burning through ale real rapidly, because we're having to import all of our malt. We don't produce any malt, so we'll never be, I think, fully ahead of that. I could increase what our target malt surplus is. But then we would need the income that we have to be matching it as well. So we'll see. Oh, damn, we got 3 spare workers? Oh, fuck. Well, I'll get one assigned over. We had this extra one here. One here. What is not working at all? Stone cutter camp. We have tons of stone, and we're not really using stone for anything. So I think we're good to leave that with one construction worker then. Oh, yeah. God, do I need to go into the coal production just so we can start getting more efficient fuel production? Because obviously our fuel is starting to get closer and closer to our food problems at the same time. And that's, oof, big insane. How do we do plowing back to 0? I thought we did a lot of plowing. Does that reset on a winter, or what the fuck's happening? Yeah, I'm feeling bad for these houses not getting, like, any of their... Is that a distance thing? Well, no, because they're having all their clothing needs set, so I think it's just, like, an availability thing. Like, distance, I think, is just, like, a catalyst. So if we have it fully available, then the distance isn't a problem. But if it's not fully available, then distance starts adding up. Yes! We're gonna have first fucking level 3. Level 3. I wonder if level 3 gets different production buildings they can do. Oh, and I haven't checked in. How's our... We still don't have full recruits for this. I wonder if that's based on what we need our max population to be, because like family aren't 100%. Like, or is it like always 3? So in order for us to field, what is this? 36 times 3. It's gonna be 90 plus 18. So 108 soldiers. If each family is 3, 108 divided by 3 is gonna be 33 plus. So we need 34 we have more than 34 families. So we should have like the human population to fulfill those levy needs. Yeah, I don't know. Huh. Well, we've got to go through at least one more season. I gotta see us do any wheat production. We built this farm like 3 in-game years ago, and I think it's finally time for them to harvest something for me. Please. Please. Oh, in fact, I want to do one more house, because I want to do, even though we don't have, like, the... No, I would have to do the tech for orchards, so we're not going to get there. Wait, what are you missing? Oh, I'm missing resources. Got it. How are all y'all doing? Did y'all survive my fucking tirade off to the side talking about other shit? Y'all doing okay? I didn't drive all of y'all to boredom and insanity earlier. I know, Little Pink, you enjoyed the convo. Oh fuck! Why did I go off on that? We're at 44 out of 45 housing, so we're pretty close to the cap there. I am never going to resolve this food problem, I think. Yeah, they're redoing the plowing. I thought you guys already did the plowing. Oh, shit. Hey, bro, how you doing? Well, no longer getting your tavern needs, I see, but, still looking good. Looking solid. Can I get one more? Yeah, we're done with construction, so we'll send in somebody. Cold fuel. Oh, shit. Are we running out? No, we got fuel. Who's cold? This individual is cold? Why the fuck are you cold? What an interesting plowing pattern they're doing. Fucking enchanted. We have one person working the edge. These people out here on this edge working as a group. And then these two just like... here? Weirdos. We've added in these 2 massive plots to do some fucking vegetable farming. Well, damn, we got another new fam! Whoop whoop! Yeah, then all of y'all went from 29 to 30. So according to that, I need like 6 more families to fulfill all that recruitment I'm looking for. Yeah, damn. I don't know, do I try to import just a little bit of flour so we can get that one place working? I don't have anywhere near the cash to buy any more trade routes, so we're not even gonna try on that. Isn't this already plowed, or... Huh. Insanity. Oh, I'm definitely losing the vibe, losing the energy. All right. Ah. All right. We flowing, we rolling, we going. I've just been starving to death, like, this whole fucking time. I've never gotten ahead of this food thing. At the beginning of the stream, we built this, and it still hasn't really produced food for us yet. Our most profitable moment was learning that bandits are the absolute fucking treasure troves of focus down, but I don't think we have any more neighboring. Yeah, all of them have been, like, burgled out of existence, which is understandable now, in my opinion. Hey, outlaws. Give me silver, outlaws. Let's see if they give me silver. Bandits truly are gold mines. Best of gold mines. Well, our fuel, at least, is being somewhat resolved, I think, by the addition of this one extra woodcutter. You have a stall. Wait, are y'all, like, fully stalled here? Yeah, okay. So I could even employ one more. I think I definitely need the charcoal tech, then. Unfortunately, because I would love trade logistics would be fun. The heavy plow would be cool. Going into orchardry to unlock fucking rye. Because we have rye. Dramatically lowers the amount of damage caused by droughts, fertilization, bakeries, doubling the meat from fucking heart. There's so much cool tech, but you have to be like so specialized in each village. Oh, well. Okay, looks like they're almost done. And it is May. So it's the end of spring already. So we'll at least start the fucking sowing before summer, but I guess we'll see what happens. Please, save my food needs. Save me. Well, we're not doing construction. What if I just assign one more family? Try to make... Of course. Well, they're going to be coming from the south, so we got a bit of time before they get here. All of our military has at least been upgraded recently. We're going to leave the retinue of 2 out. We will defend the roads. Damn. We're going to be on watch for a month, I think. Oh, we finished all that. Goddamn. All right, we can take a family off then. Oh, that's us. Red color made me concerned for a second there. Looks like they're just sending clubs again, so our spears should definitely be able to hold in the melee. Ooh, they went invis. Policies available. Nah. Good old pokey sticks. I'm a little upset we lost vision on them, but maybe we pull back slightly? Yeah, you know what? That's what we'll do. We'll pull back, let them clear the tree line first, and just defend the actual literal housing. Give us just a little bit of spotting time, you know? Alright. Spotted.
We all know what that means. Shooting!
Keep firing. Yeah, I think with 2 30s and the 30 archers, I think there's no chance they're of any real threat to us. I'm gonna have y'all turn and engage. And that should be fully... Alright, yeah. Let's work to get our archers around the flanks. And time for butchery. Damn, we're down 4 here. Nobody's died on this line. Nobody's died here. 1 dead. 6 dead. Wait, are our archers maybe shooting a little into our boys, or... Maybe it's just they had the concentration onto this line. Yeah, I think it was just they were hyper-concentrated on this spear line. So this one was just kind of left to do the flanking maneuver. There we go. Woo! Good job, everyone. You did it. So we did get this mostly done. We are in June, which is the first month of summer, so I do think we're going to get almost a full growth season out of that. And then autumn is when we'll do some harvesting. Might be a little late in autumn. We still might have to do a forced early harvest, but I can't wait. I can't wait to see the yields. Bodies need burial. That is true. You know what? We'll assign a second dude to corpse pit. Or do we need a second priest? Is it good bodies or bad bodies we're dealing with mostly? I think it's mostly bandits. We lost, what, 15, I think, in total of our own fighters? So that is quite a bit for just one priest to manage, but... Food is still going poorly. Fuck. Come on, farm fields, please. Be my saving grace. This is going up so slowly. 57 days until harvest. We're in July. That's the middle month. So July, August should be 60 days? Right? Look at all them there corpses. Man, they were really upset by the unburied bodies. Come on, they're not even like in the village proper. It's fine. I think they all rotted away anyway. Oh, maybe the rotting was the problem, not so much just there being bodies. You know what? Fair. Wow. All right. Oof. Oh, shit. Okay, I gotta ask, just because I get the vibe from some of y'all. Any of y'all Laser Pig fans? Because Laser Pig just today put out a new video on the Challenger 2 tank. And I'm like 90% through it, but I ended up having to stop a little early for shit. And I'm excited to see the ending of that. I have loved a ton of the content Laserpick has pushed out. I gotta be honest, I very much love what they do with ads. There was one point where I think they had like a Rage Shadow Legends ad, and they just did it like a fucking perfume ad, and it was just the funniest shit to me. Absolutely amazing. Seen a few of his videos. Hell yeah. I love me a controversial tank enthusiast. Okay, 21 days. We're in the last month. So growing might go a tiny bit into summer. 18 days. 17. I can't wait. Just can't wait for our first ever harvest. I'm so hyped. I'm so fucking here for it. God, we're just gonna be mostly vegetables and eggs at some point. Is there a thing where it'll tell me how many days are left in a month? They have some things organized into days, but this is only broken up by like seasons and months. Three days. Oh, this is probably technically because of the fertility or whatnot. We can harvest. Yeah! We're gonna pull someone in to make sure this gets harvested up nice and quick. Or is that gonna be... That's gonna be more than our storage, so maybe I pull one person off and put them here so we can start moving shit over? Because if this is gonna be more than our storage, we need it shifting quickly. We need that processed as quick as possible. Oh, we're gonna have so much bread. All of our villagers are gonna eat nothing but bread. Bread with one egg on it. French toast. Let's go. Do we have any of it? Can we move some of this into storage, y'all, or? Oh, right. We also were thinking of upgrading this place. Cool. We'll upgrade our generic storage. Does mean we need to take one person from somewhere there. I think all the corpses have been managed. We can take out the gravedigger, have them work building. Alright, is that all of it? We're gonna start shifting it over to here? Alright, we got a lot of wheat. Let's move that into the mill. No? You guys don't want to move it into the mill? Please. Please. What are y'all doing? I don't understand. Why is nobody moving this over to the mill to get ground down into flour? Or I guess beaten into grain? Does it need to be... Wait, hold up. Hold up. Wait. So this turns grain into flour. This produces wheat, flax, and... Okay, when the crops are transported to the farmhouse and the wheat is threshed into grain. Okay, so we need... Wait, when will y'all do threshing? Like, once you're done with plowing? Is that when you'll start doing threshing, or... Why ain't we threshing it, then? Alright, fuck it. Well, we'll assign every available person we have here to try to get this threshed as quick as possible. We need that bread, y'all. Oh! Yeah, the vegetable harvest came the fuck in. Okay. Yeah, I think these places are fucking going apeshit. Thank you for covering us while we wait for these bitches to start threshing. Okay, we got a lot of families. We got 6 families here. What are you not getting? You're not getting fuel still. Just like we don't have enough market spaces. So we have a lot of fuel. Yeah, and we finished upgrading this, right? So we have tons of storage there. Granary has a ton of storage. What was that saying? Fucking generic storage. Excess goods need to be moved to a storehouse. Yeah, we have a storehouse with 2 people working it. Okay, we'll pull 1 person. Assign them to our large storehouse. More people working. Oh shit, they're starting to thresh. Yes! Once they thresh, we'll turn grain into... We've got wheat. Okay, now that we've got wheat, communal oven. Come on. How much wheat per bread? Well, that's a lot of flour right there. We got some flour. Fuck yeah. We're making bread! Fuck yeah! We're doing it. We're doing it. We're getting there. Fuck yes. And with that, I'm gonna say victory achieved, y'all. We officially have some small level of farming going. We've resolved a lot of our early food issues with vegetables and soon bread coming in. We have our first level 3 house. With, once we get some more finances in, the potential to go up. Then we're going to get our next tech point, and from there, everything starts to go good. Because I think if we can get 1 more tech level to let me do something about food or fuel, you know, just give me that 1 more point of advantage, I think, or maybe even going into armor making for the fun of it. Shit. I don't know. There's a lot of options. There's a lot of options. Honey! Oh! Heavy plows, orchards. Okay, there's a lot of things, but all of them will help us in our production. I think after that is getting ourselves just a tiny bit more military power, essentially filling up these, adding in, I think, 1 more archer unit to give us that real killing potential. And then I think it's time. I think it's time to start pushing against the Lord. Resolve our food issues. Expand outward to support our military. Conquest. With that, though, I think that's all the time and energy I have for today. I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with me, listening to my Helldiver speech, listening to my Spheres of Power speech for some reason. I'm sorry about that. But that's all I got for this week. So we'll be sending y'all off to something lighter and more fun. Next week we'll be coming back doing more streaming, of course, more amazings. Though this weekend I'm going to be focusing on that thing I showed off to y'all. So hopefully, I'll have that new content to share with y'all, at least on YouTube, maybe directly on the Discord. We'll definitely see. For now, I want to wish you all a good evening, a good night, a good rest of your weekend. I'll see you next week, and don't worry, next stream won't be more Manor Lords. It'll probably be Risk of Rain or something else with a little more light-hearted conversational tone behind it. But, that's all we got. So, I guess I'll be sending you all off to... shit. Ooh. Palm and Junie live. I guess I'll be sending y'all off to Junie. Alright, here's our raid target, y'all. Here's your turdy. Raid. Here's y'all's raid message. Let's get ready to go, y'all. We'll be heading off in 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's go, bitches.